right. Dear colleagues, we cordially invite you to be prepared for the hybrid online-offline international conference. For those who are participating through Zoom meeting, we would like to remind you to turn on your camera and turn off your microphone and when the speaker is speaking. And please use the virtual background that has already given by committee. And please use the raise hand feature to ask any question during the discussion session. Please be reminded that there will be an attendance form to fill during the session. The seminar will be started in a few minutes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Excellencies and the dear colleagues. It is a pleasure, I, Hilmir Shadi Hanif, as your MC today, welcoming you back at the second day of World Imunology Day International Seminar 2022, with the theme of discussion, Traces of Autoimmune Diseases and its Current Understanding, which organized by Postgraduate School of Immunology Study Program of Universitas Airlangga. It is an honor to me to inform you that among us here we have the Honorable Dr. Dan Imunology, Doctor of Osteopathic Medicine, Master of Science, Fellow of the American College of Osteopathic Surgeon. Good morning, Doctor. From California University, United States of America. The Honorable Dr. Nur Zafira Binti Maslan, Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, PhD from University Malaysia. The Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Nur Salam, Master in Nurse Science from Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya. The Honorable, the Association Member of Pathobiology, which is now represented by the Grand Secretary, Professor Dr. Teresia Indah Budi, Doctor of Dental Surgeon, Master in Dental Health, Oral Pathologist, and all distinguished honorary members. Our highest gratitude also being sent to our incredible partners of sponsorships whom has been supporting this international conference. Our Excellencies, Director of Universitas Airlangga and also all university Vice Rectors. Excellency, the Directorate members, which is now represented by the Vice Director in charge of academic purpose, graduate students and alumni, Dr. Rudi Purwono, Bachelor of Economy, Master in Economy Science. The Honorable Consuls, all study programs coordinators, and administrative staffs of Universitas Airlangga postgraduate schools. The Honorable, all distinguished professors and lecturers, all the committees, participants, and students who join in today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on the second day of seminar, we would like to start with the presentation of our main sponsors, and as is usual, it will be a quiz for everyone to get the exclusive gifts. Please enjoy the presentation of ASA Company. We will invite the representative, Mr. Gusti. Mr. Gusti, the time is all yours.
Sini aja. Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada panitia World Imunology Day yang telah memberikan kesempatan kepada saya sebagai perwakilan dari salah satu sponsor, yaitu dari PT Anugerah Santosa Abadi. Baik, tidak mengulur waktu, saya akan mempresentasikan beberapa hal mengenai company profile dan juga produk-produk dari PT Anugerah Santosa Abadi. Ya, untuk Bapak dan Ibu hadirin, PT Anugerah Santosa Abadi merupakan perusahaan yang bergerak di bidang alat kesehatan, reagensia, dan lain-lain untuk kelengkapan alat laboratorium kesehatan. Perusahaan ini berdiri pada tahun 2006 bernama PCV Anugerah Santosa Abadi. Kemudian karena meningkatnya permintaan dari customer baik di Indonesia khususnya, kita banyak customer memerlukan bahan-bahan ataupun produk-produk kita, sehingga kita meningkatkan meningkatkan level dari perusahaan kita menjadi PT Anugerah Santosa Abadi, yang pastinya diperkuat dengan legalitas yang sesuai dengan peraturan-peraturan pemerintah Republik Indonesia. Ya, visi dari perusahaan kita yaitu menjadi perusahaan terbaik dan terdepan dengan daya saing, produktivitas, dan juga efisiensi yang didukung oleh sumber daya manusia yang bermutu. Ya, tentunya untuk kita bisa memberikan produk yang baik untuk kelengkapan menunjang laboratorium kesehatan, tentunya kita memberikan support yang baik, terutama dari marketing untuk menawarkan produk-produk yang berkaitan dengan alat dan segala kebutuhan dari laboratorium. Kita juga memberikan support, yaitu berupa teknisi yang sangat berkompeten di bidangnya, yang tentunya akan memberikan sebuah penunjang support yang baik untuk Bapak dan Ibu yang bekerja di laboratorium. Kemudian misinya, untuk misinya dari perusahaan kita memberikan pelayanan yang prima tanggung jawab teknis. Kita ada penanggung jawab teknis, HRGA, kemudian ada beberapa divisi, yaitu marketing, admin, logistik, kemudian juga ada distribusi, dan juga ada support. Supportnya berupa teknisi. Ya, untuk produk kita dengan pemikiran yang imajinatif, tentunya produk-produk kita yang kita sediakan ini bukan hanya produk-produk non-e-katalog, namun juga e-katalog untuk mendukung rumah sakit dan juga laboratorium klinik pemerintah. Yang serta melalui pelelangan juga secara LKPP, LPSE versi approach, versi LPSE 3 dan approach versi LPSE 4. Iya, kita masuk dalam produk. Produk-produk kita itu ada dari hematologi, ada kimia klinik. Untuk hematologi, kita memegang merek Medonic. Untuk bowl, Medonic ini memiliki beberapa versi. Nah, versi dari M32B, M32M, dan M32S. Untuk seri dari M32 ini berbedanya hanya dari aksesoris. Sedangkan untuk jumlah parameternya tetap sama, untuk kecepatannya tetap sama. Dan untuk kimia klinik kita punya microlab 300, ini merupakan photometer untuk semi otomatis. Ini cocok untuk rumah sakit atau lab yang standar. Next. Ya, untuk hematologi sebelumnya yang M32B dan series M32B itu adalah seri yang 3 div. Untuk yang 5 div kita ada Medodic M51. Untuk ini lebih baik untuk rumah sakit yang besar, biasanya digunakan. Namun juga untuk laboratorium klinik juga bisa menggunakan M51. Untuk 5 div ini sudah banyak standar dari pemerintah, biasanya minta 5 div. Ini merek dari Eropa. Untuk yang merek Cina, kita ada MS630. ada MS650. Ini seri yang 3 div dan juga 5 div. Next. Ya, ini kita juga bawa merek Zibio, ada yang 5 div dan juga 3 div. Ya, untuk kimia klinik, kita ada yang fotometer, itu tadi Microlab 300, Eropa, semi automatic, dan juga ada Selectra. Seri Selectra ini ada 4, yaitu Selectra Pro XS, Selectra Pro S, Selectra Pro M, dan Selectra Pro XL. Ini memiliki perbedaan di mana mereka memiliki kecepatan atau jumlah tes per jamnya. Semakin tinggi serinya, ini semakin menentukan jumlah tesnya dan juga kecepatannya. Ya, untuk kimia klinik, selanjutnya, yang auto kita ada merek Tekom, TC6030, dan juga merek dari Ecobio. Ya, untuk alat urinalisis kita juga punya. Kita bawa merek Urixon. Urixon ada 2, yaitu Urixon Relax dan Urixon 500. Untuk alat elektrolit kita bawa merek Zenix. Ya, Zenix ini ada Zenix Zen N300 dan juga reagennya. Juga ada merek Caretium dengan nomor seri XI93S1FT. Ini merupakan elektrolit analyzer yang biasa digunakan di rumah sakit, laboratorium klinik. Ya, untuk protein analyzer kita ada merek MD Pacific dan juga Imagine 200. Ya, ini alat yang biasa digunakan dalam pemeriksaan koagulasi, yaitu ada TS6000, Coagulation Analyzer. Ini yang versi ini basah. Kemudian ada Optical Coagulation Analyzer, OCG 102. Ini merupakan alat yang gampang digunakan, atau POCT, menggunakan cartridge. Jadi kita bisa pakai darah vena dan juga darah kapiler untuk aplikasinya. Dan ini hanya menggunakan sebanyak sampel 20 mikron. Gitu ya, untuk optical coagulation analyzer itu, yang Wonfo sebelah kiri, sebelah kanan, sebelah kiri. Ya, itu untuk PTA PTT coagulation. Nah, itu darahnya hanya 20 mikron. Gampang sekali. Biasa bisa dibawa kemana-mana. Alatnya simple dan kecil. Ya, kita ada alat imunoassay merek Maklumi 800. Ini auto. Ya, kita bawa merek Wonfo juga untuk imunoassay-nya. Kita ada FineCare Viameter Plus, di mana ini alatnya sangat mudah dan banyak sudah digunakan di rumah sakit lab, terutama di Jawa Timur. Di Provinsi Jawa Timur sudah banyak menerapkan untuk FineCare Viameter Plus. Dan juga Jakarta, populasinya sangat banyak. Ya, kebutuhan PCR. Memang kebutuhan PCR ini mungkin sudah berkurang saat ini karena ini kemarin gencar-gencarnya waktu COVID. Namun ini juga bisa untuk lembaga pendidikan, jika ada lembaga pendidikan riset yang membutuhkan alat PCR, kita juga ready. Kita ada merek Pocket dan juga Ustar. Untuk yang tidak ditampilin tadi ada juga Zenix. Nah, kita ada merek Zenix untuk PCR. Ya, di PT Anugerah Santosa Abadi juga menyediakan beberapa alat atau beberapa pemeriksaan rapid dan juga baju hazmat. Ini APD dan juga beberapa masker. Juga ada biosafety kabinet. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu, profesor dan dokter yang memiliki laboratorium klinik ataupun punya perusahaan yang membutuhkan alat-alat seperti ini atau bahan-bahan seperti ini, kita bisa mengadakan dan bisa kerjasama. Ya, untuk penyebaran produk kita di Indonesia itu sudah sangat bisa mencakup, bisa dikatakan seluruh pulau di Indonesia. Ya, kita ada dari Sumatera, dari Aceh, Sumatera Utara, Medan, kemudian dari Palembang, Lampung, Sumatera Selatan dan sekitarnya, kemudian dari Nabire, Papua kita juga ada, Sulawesi, Kalimantan, Bali, Jawa Timur itu all, karena pusat kita di Surabaya, maka kebanyakan dari kabupaten-kabupaten di Surabaya, rumah sakit, klinik, dan laboratorium banyak menggunakan dari produk kita. Jawa Tengah, seperti Jogja, Semarang, Blora, produk-produk kita sudah tersebar, baik alat maupun bahan habis pakainya. Iya, ini paket penting, paket laboratorium untuk profesor, dokter, dan juga Bapak Ibu yang hadir pada acara ini. Ya, kita menyediakan paket laboratorium. Jadi apabila dokter, profesor yang ingin mengadakan atau kerjasama untuk membuat suatu rumah sakit atau juga laboratorium, kita bisa menyediakan paket laboratorium. Di mana misalnya profesor dan dokter atau bapak dan ibu punya modal misalnya 150 juta, 200 juta. Ini paket laboratorium seperti apa yang bisa didapatkan dan pemeriksaan apa aja yang bisa didapatkan. Tentunya kita akan menyesuaikan dengan spesifikasi produk dan juga merek yang ditentukan. Itu mau Cina, mau Eropa, kita bisa mengadakan. Dan itu tentunya bisa dikomunikasikan. Bapak dan Ibu, Profesor dan Dokter juga bisa bekerja sama dengan kita untuk apa aja sih alat yang biasa digunakan di lab klinik yang biasa digunakan untuk pemeriksaan yang sering dilakukan oleh beberapa customer. Oke, terima kasih. Mungkin hanya itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Dan saya di sini menekankan bahwa untuk perusahaan kita sangat support kepada laboratorium di bidang laboratorium kesehatan. Jadi untuk profesor, dokter, dan juga Bapak Ibu yang hadir pada acara WID ini kami sangat appreciate sekali acara ini karena di sini terdiri dari banyak kalangan, terutama di bidang kesehatan tentunya, di mana Bapak dan Ibu dan dokter yang punya rencana untuk bisa memberikan impact kepada acara ini dan juga memberikan partisipasi pada acara ini, saya harapkan ke depannya akan lebih baik. Dan terima kasih kepada panitia dari Universitas Airlangga Sekolah Pascasarjana untuk Prodi Imunologi. Selamat kepada acara ini, lancar, semoga lancar dan memberikan banyak ilmu kepada teman-teman sekalian. Baik, saya Gusti Adi Saputra di sini terima kasih, pamit undur diri. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sampai juga lo akhirnya. Iya. Masa tempat di art kesehatan saya gitu di mana? Gue lucu banget nih. Tahu dong,
PT Anugrah Sentosa Abadi merupakan perusahaan yang bergerak sebagai distributor alat-alat kesehatan dan laboratorium yang sudah bersertifikat CDAKB atau cara distribusi alat kesehatan yang baik. Makanya percaya banget kan,
dual language,
menyediakan alat-alat pemeriksaan
bahasa,
untuk laboratorium klinik
baik
maupun
Bapak Ibu
laboratorium
sekalian yang telah
dan
partisipasi
diagnostik. PT juga menyediakan perlengkapan
ini panitia
penunjang lainnya,
mengirimkan
termasuk reagen,
link
rapid pemeriksaan penyakit, dan juga
quiz
pemeriksaan narkoba.
untuk meraih door prize pada sesi pertama ini yang akan di PT ASA dengan hadiah 3 voucher GoPay senilai Rp150.000 per vouchernya. Baik, kami minta panitia untuk mengirimkannya. Baik, bisa dilihat.
Pipet, penjepit, tisu, botol semprot. Apa ya yang kurang ya?
Kenapa sih? Aduh, aku lupa
Kami
nih beli APD. Beli di mana ya?
Fastest
Ya,
and best
ada. Gue
answer
udah beli
from
nih peralatan
respondents
praktikum di PT ASA, Anugrah Sentosa
question
Abadi.
right.
Nih,
And the respondents
Gue belinya dari PT Anugrah Sentosa Abadi. PT ASA merupakan perusahaan yang bergerak sebagai distributor alat-alat kesehatan dan laboratorium yang sudah bersertifikat CDAKB atau cara distribusi alat kesehatan yang baik. Makanya terpercaya banget deh,
Maka sudah
PT ASA menyediakan
direkap,
alat-alat pemeriksaan
para
diagnostik
panitia,
untuk laboratorium klinik
hasil
maupun laboratorium rumah sakit loh. Selain alat-alat diagnostik, PT ASA juga menyediakan perlengkapan penunjang lainnya, seperti reagen, rapid pemeriksaan penyakit, dan juga pemeriksaan narkoba.
Nih lihat nih di sini, keren kan? Wih keren banget. Bantuin gue pesen dong. Oke.
Baik. Mari kita tampilkan hasil para pemenang sesi pertama untuk voucher senilai Rp150.000 yang akan diberikan oleh PT ASA dan dipercayai untuk panitia memberikannya. Baik, kita lihat hasil. Untuk yang pertama yakni untuk yang pertama ya lihat atas nama irsyadihanif@gmail.com. Kami persilakan untuk menghubungi panitia. Kemudian selanjutnya, ya, kami mengucapkan mohon maaf untuk atas nama @-p-r@fkg.uner.ac.id karena telah mendapatkan hadiah pada sesi hari sebelumnya. Maka kita loncati pada juara berikutnya yakni atas nama Maria Natisa70@gmail.com dan yang berikutnya yakni mhidayatin@gmail.com. So all the chosen winners, please contact the committee through the message box direct to the committee for receiving the voucher gifts. Thank you for all participants who joined our first quiz. But don't worry, we still have another 3 quizzes that you can join and get many exclusive gifts and also door prize. All right, let us proceed to the next program. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to World Imunology Day International Conference 2022. Now, before we proceed to today's first main lecture, please let us welcome our moderator, Mrs. Dr. Ni Luh Ayu Megasari, Bachelor of Nutritional Science, Master of Clinical Medicine. Please come forward. Can we have a warm applause to Dr. Ayu? Can we have the microphone for Dr. Ayu? Yes. Good morning, Dr. Ayu. How are you today?
Good morning.
Yes.
I'm fine today, and I hope everyone here is in very good and fine condition.
Yes. Yes, all of us here are anticipated for today's seminar led by you with our amazing speakers for today's lecture. Before that, let me introduce Dr. Ayu through her resume. Dr. Ayu finished her bachelor degree in nutritional science in Brawijaya University and then continued her master in clinical medicine in Universitas Airlangga and also finished her doctorate in medicine. Her achievements in many scientific posters and journals really remarkable. The latest achievement she got was the paper of genotypic characterization of HIV-1 derived from ART experienced individuals in Buleleng, Bali. Her latest publication in this year is in the field of microbiology and immunology with the title Viral Shedding and the Durability of Immunoglobulin G Antibodies to Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2. She is now working in Institute of Tropical Disease Universitas Airlangga as a researcher for HIV/AIDS study group and working as a researcher as well in Indonesia-Japan Collaborative Research Center for Emerging and Re-emerging Infectious Diseases and lecturer in Postgraduate School of Universitas Airlangga. Dr. Ayu will be moderating our last remain big 3 speakers on the second day of seminar. Dr. Ayu, the time is all yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us today at the ICISP 2022. And I will be guiding you all through our current plenary session. We have three very distinguished speakers for this session. Dr. Miuli of the Western University, Dr. Maslan of University Malaysia, and Professor Nur Salam of Universitas Airlangga. Good morning, Dr. Maslan and Professor Nur Salam, and good evening, Dr. Miuli. Our first speaker will be Dr. Dan Miuli. The CV, please.
Mohon bantuannya untuk tim HR menghubungkan Dr. Dan Imunology. Mungkin di spotlight. Oh, good morning, Dr.
Good morning.
Hello, Dr. Miuli. Good morning.
Hello there. How are you doing today?
We are doing great here. We hope you are also in great condition.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Dr. Miuli.
Okay.
The CV, please. So, Dr. Miuli received his medical degree from Chicago College of Osteopathic Medicine at Midwestern University, and he received his Master of Science from the University of Illinois, Chicago. He currently works for the Western University and has been a board-certified neurosurgeon from early of his career. He has joined so many community services, especially for the underprivileged, and has published academic articles in many prominent journals. His works mainly focus on neurosciences. So Dr. Miuli will talk about autoimmunity effects of COVID-19 on stroke. Dr. Miuli, if you are ready, the time is yours.
And could I share my screen? Could I share my screen? Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. I believe I'm sharing my screen. And do you see one slide on what you see?
Yes, we can already see your slide.
Okay, well, very good. So thank you very much. And I would also like to thank Dr. Trisha Budi and Daddy Adam, as well as my very good friend, Roberto Kunang, who has been to your school as well. So today I'm going to talk about COVID-19 and its interactions causing stroke. And as I hope you could see throughout the majority of the lecture that it really is about autoimmune types of reactions that are causing what's going on. So we noticed when COVID-19 first started, besides a neurosurgeon, I'm the stroke medical director. And I'm a stroke medical director at a hospital called Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, and we're a comprehensive stroke center. And I also oversee many other stroke centers across the country. And I'm an inspector for the comprehensive stroke centers across the world. And so when this first started, we saw this big change in strokes. And we wanted to look at all the different reasons that we might be having a change in the stroke. So today's lecture, I have no commercial interest and no conflicts of interest whatsoever. The cultural barriers are very, very important because, as you know, when you have a stroke, it's usually a devastating type of disease. And when you have a devastating type of disease, sometimes you could talk to the patients, but most of the time you have to be able to talk to the family. And there's language barriers, there's ethnic barriers, there's cultural barriers that allow us to interact very well with the patients, and who, like I said, mostly don't talk at the time, but with their families. And we have to be able to understand all those cultural changes and what we could do, because it affects how we communicate and it affects the disease, how it progresses, and what we could do to intervene. So for today, I'm going to talk about the demographics of COVID stroke, define the causes of COVID stroke, which might not always be the virus as we know, but maybe the side effects or the autoimmune part of what the virus causes. I'm also going to talk about some very specific types of demographics that happen in the United States and how there was that social disparity between different racial and ethnic groups when we saw COVID stroke first start. And then also talk about some of the possible treatments of COVID stroke. So COVID stroke, there's this chart right here shows the difference between early 2021 and today. And you can see, first of all, on the far left, as you're looking at it, the difference in the number of cases worldwide. This is worldwide. So in early 2021, there was about 100 million, and now there's over 500 million. And the deaths way back then is only about a year, right? In a couple of months. So that's all we're talking about. The deaths back then were 2 million deaths, and now there are over 6 million deaths. And in the center part of the slide, it shows the daily deaths and how it's changed even over these last couple months and since the beginning of it. I put in the statistics for the United States when way back when in early 2021, in January of 2021, there were 25 million cases, and today there's over 84 million cases. The bad thing that happened and the horrible milestone that we reached is that we were under, just over 400,000 a year ago, and now we're already above 1 million. And even in Indonesia, you've had over 6 million cases with 156,000 deaths. So COVID-19 absolutely has had a severe impact on the world, not only on the disease, but on the economy. As you heard about people who have been had to quarantine and had to stay at home, and this affects many different things. And what we have to understand is, yes, COVID-19 was going on, but so were all the other diseases. And those diseases still happened. And maybe some of those diseases were affected far more than just having the COVID-19. So like I said before, I'm the stroke medical director, and I look at all the disease processes that lead to stroke, and we'll talk about those on the next slide. But we've done an awful lot to improve stroke recognition and stroke treatment over the last couple of decades. And we've done this because we've understood that time is brain. For every 1 minute of a stroke, you lose about 2 million neurons. That's an awful lot. You lose about 14 miles of myelinated fibers, right? So the whole idea is to restore cerebral blood flow as soon as possible. So we've done things like get out to the community and say, stroke, if you have a stroke, call 911. That's our emergency medical system here in the United States. Stroke is an emergency, so call them right away. We've gone out and we've worked with our emergency management systems in our counties, smaller than the state, of course, the county levels. And we said, hey, we have to have plans. If someone calls and says they have a stroke, what are we going to do? Where are we going to take them? How fast do we have to mobilize? And then because of that, we've also developed these stroke centers, these centers of excellence, such as the hospital that I practice at. It's a comprehensive stroke center. And we develop all these algorithms like you see on the screen right now. And we have these very specific timelines that you want to have the patient evaluated in 10 minutes. You want to determine their symptoms. You want to assess their hemodynamic stability. You want to get a CT scan. And you want to give them thrombolytics or get them to a thrombectomy. All this is because, like I said, time is brain, and we have to be able to do something about it. But what happened in COVID-19? How did that change? Did that change, the people that were coming to the hospital? Were those once we had to stay at home? What changed? Because there's a lot of things that lead to stroke. When we talk about stroke is really end organ damage. It's not just a lack of blood supply, right? And it's not just a blood vessel that burst, okay? Sometimes when you have an aneurysm, it could be that, and you could have a defect over time that's exacerbated by high blood pressure and cholesterol and birth control pills and other things. Sure, but I'm talking about in general, stroke is end organ disease. That means that many things have been happening throughout that person's life that led to having a stroke, like high blood pressure and heart disease and atrial fibrillation and high cholesterol and diabetes and but then there's things that we could affect. We could affect not smoking and not using heavy alcohol use, not using that, right, and not smoking, and we got to make sure that we're more physically active. So just think about it. Just think about those things that are happening. Those are the things we want to limit, right? Cigarette smoking and heavy alcohol use, and we want to make sure that people are physically active and we make sure they have the best kind of diet. But what happens when you're in quarantine? What happens when you can't go outside? What happens when you can't meet with your family members? What happens when all of those things can't be done? Well, the first thing that we know that happens is you get stressed out, right? So starting in our country, starting in my state in California, in March of 2020, we were put in quarantine, right? And when we're put in quarantine, we're normally are social animals, and we have that loss of contact and loss of touch. And what does that do? That just leads to more stress, right? And maybe it leads to those things on that last slide where we drink more and we smoke more, and obviously we probably don't get the same amount of physical activity. And maybe our diet even changes because we can't go out and get all the best kinds of foods, but we have to stock up on some things that come in big giant cans that we could buy off the shelf and have all the shelves empty of things. And so what happens when we have more stress, we have certain things that are exacerbated. So we get like tension headaches and increased stomach acid, and we're all tense, and we don't take our normal big giant deep breaths, but we take little tiny breaths, and our heart rate is increased and our blood pressure goes up, and of course that leads to different things like a weakened immune system, and our liver releases more sugars, and we have stress hormones that are released. And what does that do? It also leads to vasoconstriction. Now, this talk is about autoimmune, right? And it's about COVID, but it's also about stroke and the things that lead to stroke, and how COVID-19 led to an increase in stroke. Stroke is, right, it's a change in the blood flow to the brain. It's too little of the blood flow to the brain, or maybe your blood pressure is too high and it's too much of a blood flow to the brain, but it's a change in that. So we have a condition where our whole environment changes, and we have all these modifiable risk factors that lead to stroke. And we also have those other risk factors that we have, like I said, the hypertension, high cholesterol, diabetes, atrial fibrillation. And all those things could be exacerbated in people that are stressed out. So when we talk about stroke, we talk about getting our life simple 7 things together, right? We want to make sure that we get our blood pressure under control and have good physical activity and get our cholesterol under control and have a healthy diet, and we have a healthy weight, and we don't smoke or never smoked, and we get our blood glucose under control. Well, when we had the quarantine and COVID-19, the opposite thing started happening, right? We couldn't really do that exercise, or our weight went up, or we really didn't have that good healthy diet, and maybe our cholesterol went up and our diabetes went up, and we got all stressed out and nervous, and our blood pressure went up and our blood glucose went up, and all these things changed. And then on top of that, we ate, we smoked more and maybe drank more, and things changed. And that led to an increase of those end organ, right? The things that happen before you have a stroke that led to the stroke. Yes, those things happened, but other things happened as well. So we got this order to stay at home. It was a state of emergency, and all of a sudden, all across the country, in our country, the hospitals started to prepare for a surge in hospitalizations, and we started focusing on, and some of us were only doing providing care for the COVID-19 patients. Well, when that happened, those other diseases that lead to the stroke got worse because, well, people became afraid, right? They didn't even come into the hospital. And we actually saw in like I said, the quarantine started in March of 2020. We saw that there was a decrease in the number of strokes that started happening at that time. It's like, wow, what was going on that there was a decrease in the number of strokes? And then we wanted to look at those strokes and those demographics, and was there some kind of health disparity that led to it? Now, one of the things that we noticed is that the number of TIAs, transient ischemic attacks, that we normally have, we have a normal in our population somewhere about 12%. We saw that those numbers in January, before the outbreak, right? Before it was all over the news, the number of TIAs, transient ischemic attacks, those like sort of mini strokes, not really, but those sort of mini strokes that lead to strokes further on, they went way up. They went way up. Nobody knew about COVID yet, right? And yet we saw those beginning things going way up. What led to that? It was still about end organ damage. There was no doubt about that, but something was happening. Something was happening where COVID was in our population, but we didn't yet identify it. We didn't have the stay-at-home order, there's no doubt about that, but we also didn't know what was going on. But our demographics, when we look at all the stroke data, whether it's ischemic stroke, hemorrhagic stroke, and I'll show you that in a little bit, those TIAs, the TIAs went up before anything else happened. So we were preparing, and then all of a sudden, the stay-at-home order, and our numbers went down. In April, our numbers went way up. And so, like I said, we looked at the people that came started to come in, and we saw that there was this social determinants of health. There was this disparity of the stroke population, and this disparity was different when we looked at what was in our hospital, what was in our area, what was in our state, what was in our region of the country, and across the country. It changed, and it changed by racial makeup, and it also changed by ethnicity. So in general, when we talk about stroke, right, and stroke has end organ damage, so there's a lot of things that lead to it, and whether it's genetics or autoimmune types of problems, we know in general that the risk of a first stroke before the age of 45, so it's a low number, is 2.7 times higher in Black individuals compared to white. And also, Black people have a higher rate of ischemic and hemorrhagic stroke. So there was this greater risk, there was this change in the amount of strokes that we saw that came into our hospital. So we know in the United States that this social determinants of health, these inequities impact every single aspect of American life. And it's all determined by where you live, who you are, what your age is when you're born. All those things are horrible, right? They're just horrible, but they do affect the people that come into the hospital. They do affect the people that get medical care, absolutely. And so one of the things that we saw, a study that was published by the WHO, said that the US COVID population that had sickle cell disease had a much higher infection rate of COVID-19, had a much higher hospitalization rate of COVID-19, and a higher death rate for those than the general population. Now, was this a social determinant? Was this a racial determinant? Or was this a genetic determinant? And the study said that this was due to the increased stress of being in the isolation for those people that had sickle cell disease. And they went on to talk about, the other part of the article was about what people did in order to decrease their stress. So they talked about stress being relieved by prayer and hopeful thinking and guided meditation and music. And all that improved the pain, sickle cell disease, and also improve their mood. And it showed that you can get a decrease in the amount of stress that you have with COVID-19, and also the side effects of what happens with COVID-19. I'm talking about side effects. I don't mean the direct COVID infection into the cell. I'm talking about the other things that COVID triggers once you have that infection. And so we did a study, and we looked at the patients that came to our hospital. And we absolutely, and I'll show you this slide, actually a couple of slides from now, I'll show you that the differences that we saw when we compared the people who came to the door or to the hospital. But the reason I put this part in earlier, and I'm going to show it a little bit later on, is because we compared March of 2019 to March of 2020, and we saw differences in time. And then we looked at, April, which was after what was going on, and we saw that there wasn't, we got better at what we were doing. But what happened is the NIH stroke scale score, which is a measure of how sick somebody is with a stroke. So January, like I said, there was this increase in TIAs, right? Like prodrome. So it was a little stroke. And then all of a sudden we said, stay at home, and people stayed at home, and they got to the hospital later on. And our numbers fell. They really did fall during that time in March, all across the country. There's no doubt about that. But then in April, the numbers started going up again. And then the people that came in were sicker. And that's what our study looked at. So we looked at the data from our hospital from July of 2020 and compared it to whether there was a significant change in delays in imaging, delays coming to the hospital, and whether there was a change in those numbers. And we then we also looked at, like I said before, what happened in our state, what happened in our region, and what we happened in the country. And we saw, did they make a difference when you did a thrombectomy, or when you put that catheter in the brain, in the blood vessel to take out that blood clot? Was there a difference in that? And what we saw was that that COVID-19 definitely had a difference in the time that people got to the hospital and the time that we took care of people in the hospital. And we made improvements then. We understood how to take care of the patients, and they got better, and our times got better. There's no doubt about that. So we don't want to talk about, those delays, because we're not talking about the increases in stroke, or we're not talking about the increases in severity, which of course we did have in April. But we want to talk about what is going on in the brain after you have that COVID-19 infection. And people have problems with their brain type of illness, and that's like either confusion, like delirium or encephalopathy, or a psychosis, or memory types of disturbances. And we have those whether the people have mild lung disease, because COVID, we're thinking about, goes into the nose, goes into the lungs, causes the pneumonia, right? So we're talking about respiratory type of disease. But that brain disease, whether it was stroke or not, was really not related to the lung disease. And there wasn't a correlation between severity of lung disease and those that had worse or better types of brain types of diseases, or in our case, stroke that I was talking about. And you could even have those strokes or those other types of brain types of diseases even when you were in recovery from the lung disease. So obviously it wasn't just the virus that was causing the problem. It was something else. It was something that the virus was triggering that led to what was going on. Because like I said, you had those confused states, you had inflammation of the brain, which we call encephalitis. And we had acute disseminated encephalomyelitis. And we had blood clots that started in the brain, right? And, you know, stroke is a disease of older patients, but we started seeing stroke in younger patients. And then we also started seeing stroke we started seeing COVID causing problems with the nerves in the body, like numbness and this form of what we call post-infectious Guillain-Barré syndrome, right? And y'all know that that's the body's immune system attacking your nerves. And so these types of symptoms that were affecting the nervous system were not exactly related to the lung. And to the lung disease and the severity of the lung disease. So what happened? What was this issue that was going on? And was there ever a disease like COVID-19 that was associated with a large epidemic of brain illnesses in a similar manner? And if you think about it, the answer is absolutely yes. It was in the 1918 influenza pandemic, right? And so they had this type of sleeping sickness afterwards. So a stroke from COVID, maybe through the actions of immune cells and antibodies and inflammatory mechanism, which they called at the very beginning cytokine storm. And then they said, well, it's probably not a cytokine storm. But now it's like more than likely that it is a cytokine storm or some relationship to this cytokine storm. So it's because that the blood becomes thicker when you have a stroke. There's less flow, okay? And you have multiple clots. You could have clots in the venous system. You could have clots in the arteries. And all of that decreases the blood flow getting to the cells, the brain cells, and you have a stroke. You have an ischemic stroke. And so there is this relationship between stroke and cardiovascular disease and this autoimmune type of system that's going on. So getting back to the study that we were looking at, we stratify the patients by all the known risk factors, and we looked at the different COVID types of period. And we wanted to know if there was any difference in the severity of stroke and who was getting it and changes in stroke. And we performed all the regular statistical analysis. And the bottom line is there was this difference in the people that were coming, less presented in the earlier phases. So they waited and they got sick. And there was a difference significant difference in Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders in the February 2020 compared to 2019. And also there was an increase in those same people in February. And we looked at the same thing, like I said, across the different regions, and similar things happened. So there was absolutely a change based on the race or the ethnicity or the genetics of the people that were coming in. And we know that there was a higher morbidities in those certain types of races, and races were affected differently. And the people, maybe because of that previous social determinants of health, were not negating that at all. They presented to the hospital at a little bit different rate, and we know that as well. So what our data showed is that there was a significant difference in those TIAs, like I talked to you about, from January of 2020 and March and April of 2020. And there was a significant increase in strokes in the Pacific Island region, Pacific Islanders, from that time period as well. So the bottom line of our stroke is that of our study show that there was an way increase. Look at those numbers. Those are minutes, 836 minutes to 2,561 minutes of just presenting with the symptoms of a stroke. People were afraid. You know, the stay at home kept people at home, and no matter if they were having a stroke or not, they kept them at home. And then also this, the second one where it says door to CT time, that was also increased because People were afraid to touch people with COVID. People were afraid to transport those people to the hospital. Once you got to the hospital, we thought that everybody had to have, after they had the CT scan, that you had to terminally clean the CT scan. And so that led to changes in what was going on. So, and those patients that arrived within the 4.5 hours were less likely to receive the TPA. But then everything changed. In June, everything completely disappeared, and people got better. And it was the first time in modern history that we had this global economic shutdown, right? And it affected so many different people. It's affected the management. And so what does this SARS-CoV-2 infection do? Well, as you can see this chart, there's a couple things that we talked about. This side, I'm going to turn to this side because it's the slides are over here. This cytokine storm and leads to this thrombosis and cerebral infarcts. And we also have here that we have direct CNS infections, like I had talked about, and it causes problems with the meningitis and encephalitis, and causes autoimmune antibodies like ADM and Guillain-Barré. And so it really is, when you talk about it, it really is an autoimmune disease that triggers organ-specific responses, and several studies looked at that, and it's dependent on your genetic predisposition. And when you have COVID, you have certain types of autoimmune types of diseases. You have ITP, which is, you could get ITP after different types of bacterial infections and viral infections like CMV and parvo and rubella and measles and HIV. So you could get that. And Guillain-Barré is triggered by respiratory or intestinal infection. So it's not unusual that you have a virus that triggers an autoimmune type of disease, right? And for example, Guillain-Barré, you could get it with CMV, varicella, mumps, and all those different types of things. And Miller-Fisher syndrome, it's a rare disease, right? And it's probably a variant of Guillain-Barré. And you also have that ataxia, areflexia, ophthalmoplegia, and maybe some of those were more severe when you have the COVID-19 and you have it leading to a stroke. And then, of course, the antiphospholipid antibodies, which is one of the things that can cause increases of stroke. And with antiphospholipid antibodies, you get deep vein thrombosis and pulmonary embolism and strokes just by that. And then these people were affected by COVID-19 as well, and you had a significant increase. And of course, Kawasaki disease, which is a systemic vasculitis that usually affects children less than 5 years old. And so you could see you have all these autoimmune diseases that are triggered by COVID and could lead to, and it's been triggered by other viruses as well, and can lead to these vasculitises and vasculopathies, and can lead to a venous or arterial thrombosis. And we saw the younger age group when that happened as well. And so we do know from this article it's autoimmunity reviews that there was a increase in autoimmune types of diseases for all those different things that I mentioned, and those catastrophic antiphospholipid antibody syndrome that caused that thrombotic damage. So in this article, it was established that the main receptor for the viral entry into the tissue was that angiotensin converting enzyme 2, right? And so because of that, it helped get the virus into the cell, causes direct viral damage. There's no doubt about it. There was direct viral damage. But more importantly, there was this release of these excessive immune mediators and things that cause coagulation, and all those things that led to the cytokine storm. And there was elevated levels of interleukins, tumor necrosis factor, and interferons. All this was found when you have the COVID-19. And we saw all these different types of hypersensitivity immune responses. that normally you would see when you have a anaphylactic response to something that you were previously sensitized to, or you have a production of IgM and IgG. And then also you could have a serum sickness and antibody complex that are deposited, all leading to inflammation. Everything is leading to inflammation. And you have also the CD8 lymphocyte, and all these things lead to inflammation and thrombosis. And you have this cytokine storm. And this is a picture of the lung alveolus and the blood circulation. And you see that it's attacking the ACE2 receptor. And it causes this inflammatory reaction, releasing all these pro-inflammatory cytokines like interleukin 8 and all of these other things that lead to activation of these all these other circulating cells, and starts this whole coagulation cascade, which eventually leads into this hypercoagulated state and coagulopathy. This is a multinational study that looked at people that have a history of autoimmune disease, that are hospitalized with autoimmune disease. And those people, compared to just influenza, were more at risk for things like pneumonia and ARDS and mortality. So COVID-19 had, yes, a viral impact on what was going on, but also an indirect impact because of the immune-mediated types of problems. And it wasn't just about the brain, it was cardiovascular disease in general that led to worsening types of problems. And there was clotting that was first reported by the Chinese in the Lancet of March 2020, and it was due to this endothelial damage and the clotting, not only of the lungs, but in other places. And we saw that there was more chances of having a deep venous thrombosis or a pulmonary embolism. In the normal population from the American Heart Association, it's about 4% of those people. But in this study, it was 17%. And it was higher in the ICU with people that were sicker. It was up to about 28%. So we had this change that we saw that increased the systemic inflammatory response to COVID-19. And it happened in all different types of things. And in this insert, you have this mild perivascular lymphoid inflammation where that arrow is. And they looked at different types of disease. And also, not only did you have the ischemic problems, you had the bleeding types of problems, and you had the thinning of the blood vessels. And you saw these micro bleeds that were in the brain and caused by COVID-19, thinning of the blood vessels. And no matter if people were on blood thinners or not, they had these types of problems. And we had all this thrombotic thrombocytopenia with antibodies that were identified. And this is from the lung itself, but there was a change in the different layers. And because there was a problem with the blood-brain barrier and the cytokines that went through the blood-brain barrier, and this is an example of the thrombotic central venous cerebrovenous thrombosis, and people had narrowing of the blood vessels because of that coagulation, because of that those thrombosis.
Dr.
So
Mio,
stroke, yes.
we are very sorry you have 5 minutes left.
Oh, okay, thanks. No problem at all. Thanks for reminding me. So when we looked at the people that had COVID-19 and we saw the stroke, there was these other studies that said, hey, people had other problems with stroke. I mean, other problems with COVID that lasted a long time, whether it was in the smell or muscles or headaches or all these kinds of diseases. So it wasn't the virus itself. It was what the virus, the immune related response that the virus was causing. And this type of problem caused problems with the long-term types of problem with neurological disease. And these types of things could last for years, and even after people got better from it. And it's the same type of thing that we've had in the 1930s with the Spanish flu. In the 1930s is when we learned about the sleeping sickness that happened many years before that. So are we going to have problems with these types of long COVID that we hear about many years from 1918 to 1930, right? It's 12 years later that people were having these types of things that were possibly due to the infection that happened at that time. And we do have types of this delirium and problems with the sleeping sickness and long times of coma that are in the ICU. And so we want to be able to understand what COVID is causing, the social economic impact that it has, and all the comorbidities that are really important to recognize and to be able to treat those diseases. Here are my references, and thank you. So questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muley, for the great lecture. It is such an eye-opening to hear about the complex interaction between the multiple risk factors, how the host immune response, the stroke events, and the COVID-19. So we are going to move on to the discussion session. We have several questions actually for Dr. Muley.
So should I read them? Are you going to read them?
I'm going to read the questions.
Okay.
Okay, if you don't mind.
Okay. Sure.
The first one's from Miss Isa of Universitas Airlangga. So she asked about if a patient had a stroke 6 years ago, what kind of examinations that should be considered to control the disease, especially in the event of COVID-19?
So someone had a stroke 6 years ago, and the question is, I don't understand the question, sorry.
What kind of examination that should be considered for the patient?
So
COVID-19.
Yeah, so stroke is end organ disease. It's caused by many different things that happen over time. And so the question is, what caused the stroke 6 years ago? What are the underlying conditions such as diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, lack of good diet, smoking too much, drinking too much, not having enough activity? So you want to be able to control those, because one thing that happens with a stroke, if you have a stroke, the chance of having another severe cardiovascular event in the first 90 days, and so 6 years, of course, as well, first 90 days is 25%. And the chance of having another stroke in the first 90 days after the stroke is about 10%. So it's because you have all those underlying conditions. And yes, things like COVID-19, which could lead to thrombitis, thrombosis, thromboembolism, all those things that could cause decreased blood flow could lead to another stroke. And you want to make sure you have that under control. So look at all of your problems that led up to your stroke and treat those.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muley. For the next question, this is about the COVID-19 vaccination. So if a patient has a history of stroke, but currently the symptoms are under control with medication, can they receive the COVID-19 vaccine, and is it safe?
Yeah, that's a really good question, right? There was the AstraZeneca one and the Janssen one, right? And those, although the risk of having a thrombotic event was low, 12 out of, I believe, 4 million, right? There was still that increased risk. And one of the slides that I showed was actually the risk of having those different types of vaccines. And was it the vaccine itself? Was it the side effects of that? Those weren't the mRNA viruses, right? Those were the different types of vaccines. And were those leading to a thrombotic event? Well, so the answer is you have to look at the risks of getting that vaccine compared to the risk of not getting the vaccine, and also your predisposition to having a type of stroke. So at this point, what everybody recommends is that it's better if you haven't had a vaccine to get the vaccine, because your risk of having a side effect from the vaccine is there, but it's very low compared to maybe the situation where you're in. Like, I'm in the hospital every single day, right? And so I come into contact with COVID patients all the time. So my risk of getting it is much higher because of my exposure is much higher. So you have to weigh the risk and benefits of anything you do. And the risks are there for the vaccine, but it's much smaller. And it's not really recommended to get the Janssen or the AstraZeneca right now, unless there's a huge problem with getting the other types of vaccines. So you have to look at that when you decide whether you want to get the vaccine or not.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. We have one last question
Sure.
For this session, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem at all.
So Miss Nelly of Universitas Airlangga wants to ask you about that. Maybe are there any difference in management of stroke with complication from COVID compared to stroke without COVID? So does it need to be treated first for the stroke, or COVID and stroke in the same time?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, because that COVID leads to thrombosis, right? I mean, it could lead to thrombosis and could lead to through those micro hemorrhages, or even the cerebral venous sinus thrombosis, right? Thrombosis, that's what we're talking about. And when you have stroke, it's either ischemic stroke or it's hemorrhagic stroke. You could have both types of stroke. So the question is, once again, what caused you to have that stroke? And were you too dehydrated at the time? And let's say that was because you had high blood pressure and you had damage to the inside of the blood vessels themselves, and that damage to the inside caused the narrowing, and then eventually a thrombosis, right? That led to your ischemic stroke. Well, then on top of that, you put the COVID-19, and you could have a more thrombosis. So some people, and not for a hemorrhagic stroke when you bleed into the brain, but the ischemic stroke, some people are treating the early onset of COVID-19 when you're at risk for having thrombosis, for having the thickening of the blood. They're treating it with heparin, as long as you don't have the heparin-induced types of problems. So they're absolutely, no doubt, they're treating it with hydration, right? Because we want the blood to be thinner if we're thinking about a thick blood causing an ischemic stroke. So we want the blood to be thinner, so more fluids at that time. And then people have been using the heparin, as long as you don't have HIT, in order to treat the strokes early on. You want to be able to open up those blood vessels by doing whatever. And the COVID-19 has this autoimmune type of problem leading to further strokes, leading to further thrombosis. So really, the bottom line answer is treat the thrombosis and decrease the chance of having that thrombosis, and you'll make yours, if you do have a stroke, you'll make it less.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muley, for the great explanations. So to close our current session, we would like to ceremonially hand it over the certificate of appreciation for Dr. Muley. Maybe
Well,
Prof.
thank you.
Yeah, Prof. Teresia Indahudi, if you don't mind to hand over the certificate.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, and really appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you, and hopefully in the future we'll be together.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muley. Hopefully in the next future we can have the same event, and we can meet in further collaborations. So we will send these certificates to your emails, and if you would like to leave the event it would be all right. But if you like to continue to join us until the end of our event, we would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you and to visit with all of you. And I hope you have a wonderful conference for the rest of today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. So we will be moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Nur Zafirah Maslan.
Tes.
Okay, maybe we will have a little break.
Tes. Good afternoon, Dr. Muley.
Hello.
Thank you for your joining in today. Nice to meet you.
And you as well.
I hope we can see again you in the next event.
Yes. Tell me when it is and I'll be glad to come there and bring Dr. Kunag with me as well.
Yeah. Thank you. See you
Okay,
next.
See you next time. Bye.
So we would like to continue the session. We will be moving on to the second speakers, Dr. Nur Zafirah Maslan. Not yet.
Yes. Before that, allow me to inform you, maybe we will have a short break before we proceed to the next session. Maybe we will moving on with the next program. So maybe Dr. Ayu can return the reserved seat and take a delightful break first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will be continuing the session shortly after the breaks. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to next speakers, please allow us to show you our next main sponsors for today's seminar, the Prodia Laboratory Company. There will be also exclusive gifts from Prodia Laboratory Company for lucky participants who can answer the questions right. Please enjoy the show and stay tuned for the door prize question. All right, this is the time for the committee to send the quiz link. Okay, please proceed to the Google Form link to answer the question, and we will select another best three to get the GoPay voucher for the value of 100,000 and 150,000 Indonesia rupiah. Baik, kami persilakan kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah hadir untuk mengisi kuis di Google Form link yang telah diletakkan pada kotak pesan Zoom. Kami akan memilih 3 responden utama yang paling cepat untuk mendapatkan voucher senilai Rp150.000 pada e-money GoPay. Apakah sudah terrekapitulasi? Baik, kami ucapkan selamat kepada 3 pemenang. We would like to congratulate our best 3 who can answer fast and correct. For the first one, untuk atas nama Ahmad Hidayat mm@gmail.com. Kemudian yang kedua yakni ferry.setiawan-2020@fk.unair.ac.id. Dan yang ketiga yakni Ismatullah Nur Muhammad @yahoo.com. Baik, ketiga para pemenang kami persilakan untuk menghubungi panitia melalui kotak pesan pada Zoom untuk menerima dan mendapatkan informasi untuk meraih hadiah voucher tersebut. Panitia juga akan mengirimkan link presensi yang perlu para peserta isi agar dalam pengurusan sertifikat conference nantinya. Apakah sudah dikirimkan? All right. The committee already sent the attendance form link to the Zoom message box. Please, all the participants to proceed and click and fill the attendance form. This is requested for your the certification appreciation of participation at the end of today's international conference. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will also choose one best question from participant who will ask during the discussion with the speakers, and the committee will give you one exclusive gift for those who can ask with a very good question. Baik, kami juga akan mengingatkan sekali lagi bahwa nantinya akan ada satu partisipan yang akan mendapatkan hadiah bagi penanya terbaik pada sesi diskusi yang kedua. Jadi silakan untuk mempersiapkan diri, baik materi dan juga pertanyaan untuk kedua pemateri pada setelah ini. Dan kami akan menunggu sekali lagi bagi yang masih belum mengisi attendance form, link presensi yang telah tertera pada kotak pesan Zoom meeting. Baik, kami persilakan untuk teman-teman untuk rehat sejenak selama 10 menit dan kami mohon mungkin tim Oh, sudah dipersiapkan? Bacakan saja. Baik, kami akan mempersiapkan 10 nominator bagi oral presentation competition. Kami akan menyebutkan siapa saja yang menjadi 10 terbaik yang nantinya akan kita rinci kembali. Ya, sebagai berikut sudah nampak ya. Ladies and gentlemen, we will send the best 10 of oral presentation competition with the nominees are yang pertama atas nama Vindi Januariska, yang kedua Amelia Aisyah Anwar, yang ketiga atas nama dia, yang keempat atas nama Elin, yang kelima atas nama Mariana Asma Ningdia, yang keenam Mahasito Sari Latifah, yang ketujuh Talita Sofa Adestia, yang kedelapan Fania Syahputri, yang kesembilan Ifuling Audrein Yansen, dan yang terakhir Fahria. Kami ucapkan selamat kepada 10 besar nominator untuk oral presentation competition yang nantinya akan dipilih juara yang akan diumumkan pada akhir acara. Baik. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back at the World Immunology Day International Conference 2022. We will continue the next session led by Dr. Ayu to moderate our remaining 2 speakers. May I invite Dr. Ayu to the stage? Dr. Ayu will lead for 90 minutes. Dr. Ayu, the time is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are going to continue our plenary sessions. Our next speakers will be Dr. Nur Safirah Maslan. Dr. Safirah obtained her PhD in Health Science from the International Islamic University Malaysia, and she currently works for the Borneo Marine Research Institute, University Malaysia. Her core research mainly focused on biomedical sciences, biotechnology, and marine science. She has won several accolades in both local and international competitions, and her current research interests are on the food microbiology, glycosaminoglycans and collagen, fatty acid composition, lactic acid bacteria isolation from marine animals, and the microplastics. Dr. Safirah will talk about sea cucumber as potential for novel immunostimulants. Good morning, Dr. Safirah.
Hi, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you already. Yes. So if you are ready, the time's yours, Dr. Safirah.
All right, I'm sharing my slides now. Can you all see?
Yes, we can see it already.
Hold on. Alright, okay. So, Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera, ibu-ibu, bapa-bapa, anak-anak mahasiswa, lagi siapa lagi? Colleagues, fellow researchers. Okay, saya Nur Zafirah dari Borneo Marine Research Institute, University Malaysia Sabah. So, I'll be talking in Mix. I think every one of you would like to hear some Malay language from Malaysia as well, right? And in English as well. Okay, so my topic here today is sea cucumber as potential for novel immunostimulants. I think many of you knows what is sea cucumber. In Indonesia, they are known as trepang. Okay, trepang dipanggil trepang di Indonesia, ataupun balat, ataupun di Malaysia ni dipanggil timun laut. Ada juga dipanggil gamat. Okay, so they are a soft-bodied marine invertebrate, and these are the morphology whereby they have the average length of about 10 to 30 centimeters and an average lifespan of about 5 to 10 years. And they feed on microalgae, they feed on plankton, they feed on the detritus. So they are known as filter feeder. Okay, so this is what it looks like in a drawing. Okay, and we'll look. I'll show you more of their photos later. So they are known to be prevalence. Yeah, prevalence. There are lots of them worldwide, and to date, we have recorded about 1,250 species worldwide, and in Malaysia. Here also we have recorded about 80. There are actually more. It's just that we have yet to identify, belum dikenal pasti lagi apa spesiesnya. Okay, banyak di Malaysia, about hundreds to 300, some 300s that we have already collected. It's just that only 30 that have been recorded and identified. And what are they used for? They are used for as food, right? As Asian delicacies. They are popular in Asian countries, for example, in Japan, in Korea, in China, as well as in Indonesia also. Okay, trepang, mereka keringkan trepang dan dijadikan ubat dan dijadikan makanan. Okay, and they are known as a luxurious food and being served especially during occasions. Okay, special occasions. Kalau ada Chinese New Year, kalau ada birthday, okay, mothers of parents' birthday, so they are being served there. In Malaysia sahaja harganya kalau 1 kilogram dalam RM500. I'm not sure how to convert it. I think times 4 rupiah ke? Okay, so 4,000 rupiah I think, yeah. Okay, so here worldwide we have identified about 70 commercially important species, and there are 16 species that is being listed in IUCN Red List because they are mostly endangered or almost extinct, right? And these are the common species. Okay, Horens, Fuscogilva, Scabra, and Hermine. Right, okay, shameless plug-ins, that's me and my species, right? So this is Stegosaurus horens, we have Holotrius scabra here, the juveniles, and we have Accordiana mopardioids. These are the species that I use to do in my research. I use them in my research. Right, these are the research that we have conducted, my team and I have conducted on the sea cucumber, on those 3 species, for example, the diabetic rat model, up to the microplastic and marine awareness. Okay, we also did some toxicity study, also did some antimicrobial study, which are very related to the immune system, autoimmune disease as well. Right, and these are my teams, okay, my students and I, when we went and collect all the sea cucumbers, and I think many of you know Pulau Langkawi. So they are abundant in Pulau Langkawi, particularly the Caudina mopardioids, and they are also at Pulau Pangkor in Malaysia, and they are also at Borneo, Sabah itself, the Holotrius scabra. Right, sea cucumber as immunostimulant. So what is immunostimulants? Immunostimulants are materials, okay, adalah material that stimulates, yang menggalakkan body's immune system against the pathogenic microbes through specific and non-specific response mechanism. So symptoms of disease can be improved through adaptive immunity, whereby all the active ingredients, particularly from the sea cucumbers itself, are utilized to encourage the innate immune response, whereby people usually consume, kita akan makan, and then the bioactive ingredients akan stimulate the body's immune system. So sea cucumber ini, terepang ini dikenali sebagai functional food, makanan berfungsi yang digunakan di dalam perubatan, digunakan di dalam over-the-counter products, right? They put in as additional foods benefits. It contains natural sources of bioactive components for pharmacological, nutraceutical, and cosmeceutical. Bukan sahaja dari segi farmasi, bukan sahaja dari segi perubatan, tetapi dari segi kosmetik juga. Okay, sea cucumber teripang ini digunakan. They also can act as a traditional remedy to cure hypertension. Okay, cuts and burns, luka-luka kecil, joint pain, back pain, wound injuries, internal and external wounds, kidney problem. This is what we had studied before. Okay, and reproductive disorder and constipation. Okay, so these are the claims and we also have conducted. And in fact, me and my team has already come out with a product in the market. Okay, yang dihasilkan sesuai dengan penyakit-penyakit ini. So they are recognized as traditional remedy in Eastern Asia to cure many ailments. For example, their extracts can cure hypertension, asthma, and the body wall itself can reduce muscle tension, and their intestines can improve sexual performance. For example, the Korean and Japanese, they eat the intestine. Mereka makan usus sea cucumber ini kerana apa? Kerana mereka percaya ada aphrodisiac properties. Okay, they believe that the intestine has the aphrodisiac properties, right? And we also have studied on that, and we have proven that they have a significant amount, okay, of certain hormones, bioactive components. So these bioactive components also can be used as cosmeceutical ingredients to promote healthy skin, hair, nails. So if you go to Watson, if you go to Guardians, if you go to over-the-counter pharmacies, right? So they sell lots of products, and the products itu ada label mengandungi gamat, right? Mengandungi trepang, okay? Yang menunjukkan adanya bioactive components daripada sea cucumber ini that can act as the immunostimulants, that can act as a that can promote a healthy as an added value. Right, now let's look at the nutritional profile of this sea cucumber. They have high content of fatty acids and a significant amount of minerals and vitamins. And currently, we also discovered that they are rich in collagen and they can be made into gelatins. So in fatty acids themselves, they are rich in arachidonic acids and EPA and DHA. So as we know, arachidonic acids, they are responsible for growth. They're also responsible for the opening of blood in wound healing as well. Okay, and DHA, EPA are also responsible for coronary heart disease. Okay, no, incidence to reduce the coronary heart disease. They are not, they do not promote the coronary heart disease, but to reduce the coronary heart disease and cancer as well, and accelerates wound healing. Okay, so these are the fatty acids that we have discovered, particularly in this Stichopus horan species. Okay. And also, they are rich in vitamins such as vitamins A and vitamin B, and also trace elements, calcium, magnesium, up until iron and zinc and other microelements. And they are mostly used in cosmetical formulas because they have high absorption rate. Okay, in sea cucumber, some species can have up to 80 to 90% water content. Okay, 80 to 90% water content. So they are being used as hydrating agent as well. And they are able to renew damaged skin cells, cleanse, detoxify, tone, and moisturize the skins. So that is why many of these extracts are being incorporated into cosmeceutical products nowadays. Okay. And recently we found out that these sea cucumbers, Stichopus horans also, they are rich in collagen. Okay, in collagen. And kalau kita lah di negara Islam kan, we have issues with religious restriction whereby there are collagens that is derived from porcine, okay, daripada pork, okay, daripada babi tidak dapat digunakan oleh masyarakat Islam. And there are also issues of Hindu religions, they cannot use those comes from bovine kan, tidak dapat digunakan daripada lembu-lembu punya collagen or gelatins. So that is why we try to find out if there are collagens that can be used from this sea cucumber that can be a replacement. Okay, untuk dijadikan replacement kepada porcine or bovine that is being controversial over the counter. So that's about the nutritional values. Now let's look at some of the bioactive materials that can be claimed to cure, not to cure, to alleviate or to help to reduce the cancer. So if you can see here, sorry. Okay, I'll take one example. Okay, Holuteria atra. So Holuteria atra a black sea cucumber. Okay, there are several black sea cucumber, but this is the one that is famous, that is being widely studied. Okay, it has high concentration of saponin. Okay, they are rich in saponin. So these saponin, okay, they have lots of bioactive compounds. For example, the frondoside, also the frondanol. Okay, so these bioactive compounds, they are responsible as anti-proliferation, anti-tumor, anti-metastatics, and this has been proven studied by Hossein and Nurset. Okay, for my study, I have yet to do research on this species, but other people, they have already studied on this, and they found out that these Holothria ultra are rich in saponin. Okay, and they have all these bioactive materials that is responsible, okay, to treat pancreatic cancer, lung cancer, and also breast cancer. Okay, right. There are also other species, for example, Cucumaria species, okay, Stichopus japonicus, and Apostichopus japonicus. So these species have been studied widely and they have been identified. Mereka sudah dikenal pasti apakah bioactive ingredients mereka dan what are the responsible of these bioactive ingredients. For example, the monosulfated glycosides, they are responsible as immunostimulatory activity that exhibit non-toxicity to the immune system cell. For example, CD8, okay? So they are not toxic, okay? They are non-toxic and they can boost the immune systems. Stichopus japonicus, the most famous one, okay? The most famous species in Japan. Okay, they contain mucopolysaccharide acid. Okay, they increase the index of function of spleen. Okay, they are also can inhibit the hepatocellular carcinoma, okay, cancer cell in the liver, and promote tissue proliferation. And also Apostichopus japonicus, another species that is famous in Japan as well, and also in Hong Kong and China. Okay, they are rich in glycosamidoglycans. What is glycosamidoglycans for? Pernah sakit lutut? Okay, orang-orang tua yang sakit lutut, kan? They have arthritis, they have knee joints problems. So they took this kind of supplement, glycosaminoglycans. So this glycosaminoglycans helps alleviate, okay, the arthritis. Now let's look at their biomedical applications. Okay, I'll just go through this one because it is quite details for you to understand. So here the sea cucumber, and maybe we're running out of time. They possess anti-inflammatory properties, antioxidants properties, as well as anti-tumor and anti-cancer activities, and anti-hyperglycemic activities. I will explain one by one via my research after this. Okay. For the properties. Now, these are examples of the sea cucumber oils, okay, that have been used traditionally in Malaysia. Okay, in Malaysia, we've used this traditionally and we call it kamat asli. And they are being used to treat wounds. Okay, for example, here they put here menyembuhkan luka luar dan dalam. Okay, they are being used traditionally. And we are now have found out all the scientific evidence to it. And we have produced the ones commercially. Okay, and it has been selling over the counter in all over the pharmacies. Okay, menyembuhkan, memulihkan ibu bersalin, menyegarkan otot. Okay, they are being used for massage as well. Okay, asthma, gastric, appendix, sakit urat, and segala. This is what they claim. So based on their claims, we did a retrospective study, and we found out some of their claims are true. Right. So this is what we did last time. This is my research, my teams and we did a study on induced wound healing, and we found out that with the extract of the sea cucumber, it helps to speed the healing process, okay, of the wound healing. And also we did also an induced diabetic rat model, okay, for normal wound and for diabetic wound, they have different degree of wound. Right. So here we did apply on the extracts of the sea cucumber, and it has proven that these extracts has the ability to speed up the process of diabetic wound healing. Okay. Okay, we did also the preclinical and the clinical study, and also on the liver damage. Okay, whereby we tested on the rats models as well. We induce the alcohol and see what are the effects. And it proves that the extracts, or the cucumber extract, can help to heal the liver that is damaged by the alcohol consumption. Right. And then recently we found out that there are lots of, there are high amount of glycosaminoglycans and collagen. Okay. And then we did study on the arthritis guinea pig models. And then we found out that the guinea pig that is induced with the rheumatoid arthritis and antigen, the thalamic fluid of the Staphylococcus aureus, they can help alleviate the inflammation, dikurangkan pembekakan. Okay, and decrease the degree of neglections of the guinea pigs. Okay. And we also conducted some toxicity study, and it's proven that the extracts are not toxic at all. And some of the studies, one of the study that we conduct, another recent one is the lactic acid bacteria and probiotics. The Japanese and Koreans, like I mentioned just now, they eat lots, they eat the intestine of the sea cucumbers, right? And they claim that they have aphrodisiac effects. But how about the lactic acid bacteria in there? What are the probiotics that can be contained in the intestine? And fortunately, we have successfully isolated several lactic acid bacteria, the Canobacteria, Mentrococcus, and we are now studying their potential as probiotics. Okay, we isolate from the Staphylococcus aureus and Acaudinum padiotes as well. Then we found out ada banyak rupanya lactic acid bacteria, the one that we put in Yakult and Vitagen, kan? So ada banyak rupanya di dalam intestine. So this is the collagen and GAG studies lah. Okay, we found out there are significant amount of collagen and glucosaminoglycans. Yes. Okay, now let's look at these functions as well. Okay, sea cucumber also being tested. Okay, were being tested previously for their anti-aging properties, skin whitening properties, wound healing. Okay, just like previously, and antimicrobial activities, whereby these are also being incorporated into products over the counter. Bila kita dapat tahu sea cucumber ini ada anti-aging properties and skin whitening properties, banyak company daripada cosmetics company, mereka approach. Okay, they approach us and they was like, is it true? Yes, it's true. We provided them all the results and they was like, okay, we would like to incorporate these extracts into our products. Okay, so that's how they add the value of their products with the sea cucumbers themselves. Okay, kalau pergi ke pasar raya pun banyak products. So this is my products actually, the Aquaris. Okay, you can find it over the counter. It is being exported to Indonesia, to Singapore, Southeast Asia countries as well. Okay, so these are some of the products lah. Okay, Aquaris is the main products lah. We also have lotions. We also have creams that can helps to reduce the eczema, alleviates the pains of joints, kan? And we also have pills for glucosaminoglycans and collagens as well. Okay, these are examples of other examples lah over the counter. Okay, you see here Safi pelembab muka anti jerawat, and then suddenly they have gamat. Okay, this is known as added value lah. Dia letak gamat dekat dalam tu. Okay, because gamat has antimicrobe. It can helps to kill the microbes. Right. Okay. There are also some problems in handling the sea cucumber, whereby there are over exploitations. Okay, and these sea cucumber are vulnerable to their biology, population dynamics, and habitat preferences. They can be easily harvested, but they takes time to grow. Okay, masalahnya permasalahan sekarang ialah mereka asyik ambil, over exploitation, over harvesting. So these sea cucumber are being less, okay, in number in the sea, and for them to reach adult, they need about 6 months. It's different with fish. It's different with other crustaceans, udang ke ataupun sotong ke. They took lesser time compared to sea cucumber for them to reach adult. Right, so that is why some of the species are now under IUCN Red List. Okay, they are endangered. right? And there are also illegal tradings, okay, even by profit margins that I mentioned just now. 1 kilo only can cost about 500 to 600 ringgit. Siapa yang tidak mahu kan? Semua orang mahu duit banyak, boleh dapat untung daripada sini. Okay, so that's why. So this is me with my awards that we've won. And that is all. And this is my current team where they have been working on the microplastic studies. Okay, we are studying about the microplastics, whether this sea cucumber can be biological indicator. Sama ada mereka boleh dijadikan biological indicator untuk mengenal pasti pollution, okay, di laut. So I think that's my short presentation. I'm sorry, because I have other presentation as well coming after this. So back to the moderator, Dr. Ayu. Thank you.
Very much. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Safira. So actually, there is a fisherman's village here in Surabaya, so maybe you have already heard of it. And sea cucumber or teripang is among the local commodities, so it is very great to know that such local delicacies possess various properties, including the medical related properties. So we will have the discussion at the end of this session. We are going to move on to the last lecture first. So our last or third speaker is Professor Nur Salam. Professor Nur Salam already
Yes,
joined.
Ayu, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Nur Salam received his undergraduate degree and Master of Nursing from the University of Wollongong, Australia, and he received his PhD in medicine from Universitas Airlangga. In 2013, he was appointed as professor in nursing science of Universitas Airlangga. He has published many reputable academic articles, which mainly focus on fundamental and medical surgical nursing, nursing leadership and management, HIV/AIDS, and also tropical diseases. In 2020, he set a record for the Museum Record Indonesia and also received top 17 among 500 best researchers in Indonesia. Professor Nur Salam will talk about nursing care for clients with autoimmune diseases. Professor Nur Salam, if you are ready, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ayu. Set my PowerPoint is present already. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. I would like to introduce. I am as a speaker here today, representing from Nursing Association from East Java, but I'm also in nursing faculty, Universitas Airlangga. I would like to speak with gado-gado, yeah, Indonesia and in English maybe, and hopefully will give a broad-minded for everybody to look at that's the role of nurses, especially in nursing care, on response modulation, especially for immune, for the patient, those who are hospitalized in the hospital and also at home, with especially for autoimmune disease nursing, as well as another disease like Professor Dr. Tamin from United States explained. This is sorry, I make a mistake. Just a second, just a minute. Okay, this is my publication social media. You can look at my return. You can see for this one. You can click here. So I have three things that I have to present today. And first of all, of course, I really appreciate to School of Pasca Sarjana, especially on immunology department. It's great for this events, and I think this is wonderful to everybody and every discipline in health, especially in Indonesia. Selamat pada program Pasca Sarjana, terutama di Departemen Imunologi ya, luar biasa. Okay, I'm as on the last speaker to give especially on nursing care. Okay, I just review on the concept of autoimmune disease and also the model of nursing care, and then the example of nursing care itself. I think everybody understand what the autoimmune disease. That's autoimmune disease, the presence of auto antibodies. Yeah, I think that we can look at here. Autoreactive, that's lymphocyte without the this one. And auto antibodies can be found in normal individuals, particularly in the old animal and also in the female gender of the group. So I think this one we can see that autoimmune disease can be happen to everybody. So we look at here, autoimmune disease can be in our body, especially in the brain, as Dr. Tomen said, in like Guillain-Barré yeah, syndrome, in the blood like leukemia, GI tract can say for many diseases, yeah? Nervous, also the lung, and also the skin, muscle, and the bones, and also the thyroid. So I think then we can say for immune disease in Department of Immunology assist or this one is the immune system mistakenly attacks the bodies or one tissue that it no longer recognize and tolerates. I think this is the point why the disease it happened. So we can categorize like HIV versus autoimmune like this one. Look at this autoimmune disease, and then this one for HIV. I think we had different concept from this one. Number one, the present auto antibodies or auto reactive associated with pathological change. Experimental reproductive of the disease in laboratory animal, the future of the experimental disease must closely met and the ability to passively transfer to the disease by auto antibodies or lymphocyte. So the general characteristic, I think we can look at here from number 1 to number 6, that autoimmunity results from a failure or breakdown of the mechanism normal. And also this is for multifactorial, resulting from complex between genetic, environmental triggers, and so parents' immune regulation. Autoimmune disease may be either systematic or organic specific, and also various a factor like responsible for tissue injury and the others. I think this one is the general characteristic for immune disease. So what the cause of autoimmune disease? I think we have three things that from environmental triggers factors, and also from genetic factors, and also from immune response dysregulation. Saying all the students also for the scientists for immunology focus on how what's happened here. We can ignore only from immune response dysregulation. It's so also caused by like environmental and also for genetic factors. Okay, and the environmental triggers such as bacterial, including the gut microbiota, viral, also fungal, parasitic infection, physical and environmental agents, and hormonal factors. I think now is becoming increasing the number of autoimmune disease caused by many factors such as environmental factors, and also from the genetic as well as from the host immune system dysregulation. Why it happened, you can see for this one. This one is also association of autoimmune disease for an MHC and association with this one. I think we can learn from this one. So autoimmune disease also can be happen like from organ of the tissue immune system here, like inherited white blood cell, lifestyle. You can be for lifestyle, hormonal, environmental, and the others, multifactors, and also the symptom we can look at from here. In nursing can usually we focus on what's happened here, and also we look at for the sign and symptom like the myocarditis, skin rash, impaired vision, pulmonary fibrosis, and joint the pain and the others. So I'm looking directly. I am going to model of nursing care for autoimmune disease. When we are talking about nursing care, a form of professional service which integral part of health services, when a special nursing knowledge and the comprehensive, we can focus on, it's not only for the disease itself, but we look at for the whole the body by holistic care. We use for bio, psychosocial, and spiritual. I think every profession, I think, it's not only nutrition, medical, yeah, focus on sorry, on this disease, yes, on this aspect. Like also we involve family as well, so individual and so the community, both sick and healthy, covering all the process of the humans. That's why we like, it's this picture when we look at this one, it's not only, give a drug or a medicine, how to have and caring like. That's why all the nurses to school nursing student should improve for SKS. I call it sentuhan kasih sayang. We with patient, the patient, a nurse to look after for the patient, and also for for compassion and the others. So when we are talking for mechanism, I think why I present this one, because by taking on this approach, of course we believe that we can improve on the immunity. So like function of the immunes, also immune system function and of the skin, and also what's immune response itself. We have the specific for immune response and also non-specific immunes. First line against atypical cell. So this one is not autonomic, because this one is also from stimulants from the others, like for the caring itself, we can say for this one for just remain for everybody for this one. When specific immune response, I think like for antibody and also for based on activity are individual to in IgM, IgG, and also IgE, IgA, then also IgT. This one I think we can look at for immune specific immune response. So caring as a focus on the service excellence, we focus on curative factors that we have a 10 approach on this one. Like humanistic altruistic system values, faiths, people should have the expectation, yeah, sensitivity to self and others, helping, trusting, expressing. This one is cause of when the patient hospitalized or when the patient diagnosed with the autoimmune will be stressed, and we need to have this kind of approach. Why we need this one? I think many studies shown that by look at on this one will will improve for immune modulation. So as Fai Abdullah says that we have on patient centered care. In the hospital we have for in a SNARS, ya, Standar Nasional Akreditasi Rumah Sakit. Now it's focused on patient centered care. Actually in nursing we have approach from the theory from patient centered care itself is we number one is of course we need to have a communication, good communication, the patient and caregiver or family and also the community. And number two, of course, we will do for the best thing for do everything possible to relieve patient pain and also make them feel comforts. Because when someone have a chronic disease, autoimmune disease, they feel pain and also uncomforts. So how to make the client, the patient will, relieve the pain and also for the comforts during the caring. And also we need to have emotional support and also alleviate fears and also anxiety. How to decrease the anxiety and also the fears by talking and involving the patient and the family in the caring itself. And we ensure smooth transition and the continuity of care. Let's say from the hospital, and then they have to go to to back to home and also in the community, because like let me give some example like leukemia. Someone who diagnosis with leukemia, I think they have also many problems. It's not only during hospitalized, it's not for fear, from anxiety and also stigmatization from the community. So this one is kind of stressor that be happen to autoimmune disease. So in holistic nursing approach, I think we have like this one: human focus on human response, heal the whole body and bring the balance, using therapies and healing arts, assisting patient to assume personal responsibility. I think this is very important. How to educate the patient consists of assessment, intervention, and evaluation. This is the nursing approach, and seek to understand pattern of the response. I think the response is not only for physical but also psychological, social, and spiritual. So when look at for the holistic care, I think we can look at for for the present and stress, the patient it happen, yeah, and also that's why to look at how to lifestyle, especially here, like by using for HPA, hypothalamus pituitary approach, we can look at for how to immune function here. So I think this is very important. That's this immune response is not autonomic. You need to how to modulate the response immune here, so that we can increase. It's not to be immune suppression. So this one why we present, especially in nursing. This one also in the picture that we can look at here for how to modulate for immune response itself. So look at in caring here. I think caring is more, how in the brain itself we can have a neurotransmitter, yeah, immunotransmitter. Here we have the feedback, we have regulation, we have modulation and the others. I think this is play role, important role, especially in our body regulation in an immune system. So when we give something like a nursing approach here, it will be in the process for this one and also in immune system. Look at this one is just an example for nursing theories that use as most we can use especially in the research for immune modulation, especially first of all introduced by Roy Model in 1984 using for adaptation model. Look at in adaptation model here, we have for antecedent here input here for stimuli. Stimuli could be positive and negative. When we look at from the psychoneuroimmunology, we can say for stimulus for focal contextual residual. Nursing, I think we can be put here. Is that any focal and that's any contextual? So let's say we have some, music, for example, some zikir, yeah, some exercises or something. It will be happen here, and then the process here will be here for coping mechanism. In the coping mechanism, it's not only talking about the cognator, but also for regulator. The cognator here from our cognition process, and the regulation here of those from neurosystem, immune system, that it happen. And then what the effects of this one, and then when we give this one, stimulus from this one, and then the effect is for holistic approach like physiologies, self-concept, a role function, interdependent, and then they become the adaptation itself. Look at this one, some of the my research study that what happened if we can for the effect of counseling for the patient pre-operation, for example, of patient with the chronic disease, with the autoimmune disease, and this one is the process from especially on the student. You can learn from the self concept, sorry, framework here. You can from antecedent here and then the process here. process, and then the behavior from HPAs, and then immune modulation. This is one the another example when I study about the research on the HIV patients for AIDS. I built for the stimulus for nursing care is on focus on the coping strategies and also for the social support. It happened in our cognition, based on the theory, the cognition we have from perception. Okay, we build a good positive perception and also the learning, judgment and emotion. And again, in our emotion, also we have positive emotion, less anxiety, less fear, and then increase the social interaction. So this one we calls for a coping style, for rationalization, utilizing for social support and looking for silver lining. I think we need to focus on this one, especially for the client, with the how to have the good in coping style for rationalization, yeah, and then do need for social support and also for looking for silver lining mean pandai mengambil hikmah, ya. And then for cognator and then regulator here, where we use for this regulator system from double McEwen, we can look at this one for hypothalamus and then pituitary. And the patient is pain, and also we will stimulate for example, POMC, yeah, pro-opioid melanocortin, also endorphin, and the others. And it will go to adrenal from the cortex, especially here, and then positive in the patient with for medulla, maybe the process, yeah, cell, uh, for catecholamine and cell. So when this one, the increase decrease or stabilize for this one, and then it will immune response modulation. So it means that the modulation itself on the patient for autoimmune disease or other disease, chronic disease, is not autonomic, because it will comes from here. From here, we try to focus on this one, give some treatment, and also here, and then become this one. In this stimulus, yeah, I think it's not only for nursing, also from nutritionists, yeah, like Dr. Noor said, like this one is also important, but this one and then the process to be here. So we can look at for especially for the client with HIV for TH1, TH2, and also for CD4, CD8, and also for interleukin, and also other cytokine that we can good in the output, and then increase the client condition and also quality of life of the patient. We look at for a marker like for CD4, yeah, and also for of FVOL, viral load for the patient with HIV is undetected. This one is the indicators for the success of our caring. We integrated is all the profession, it's not only nursing but also medical, yeah, also for nutritionists, from pharmacists, from others, yeah, so we can together to have ending for this one. This one is also another my I have a hibah, yeah, PTUBT from here for 3 years or 4 years that you can for use for this one also. Yeah, modification of brain and your brain, and also for this one, you can look on this one in how to modulate for this one. And the intervention itself, I think we and nursing we can categorize to be biological, yeah. Adequate treatment, symptom management, evaluation, treatment, response, and caring. And psychological, I focus on self potential empowerment. So empowerment, I think, is very important. Make sure give make sure that the patient have the potential, motivasi, semangat ya istilahnya gitu. And then they also have the cognition. I think they should understand the disease, yeah, and also how to how to act the behavior, good in behavior, because the disease comes from I think it's 3 or 4 things. Number one is lifestyle for uh, activities, nutrition, ya, pola makan, pola aktivitas, ya, pola istirahat, and the last is also for stress. It will be happen for this one. We can relieve this one. We can do for the better. So that's why the psychological intervention should be on this one. And we can look at from this one from Kubler-Ross said that we can for adaptation psychological, the patient will acceptance, ya. Jadi akan menerima. If the patient acceptance ikhlas, in Islam we can say ikhlas and also sabar, it will be good in our immune response modulation. What happened in social approach, ya, pendekatan social approach-nya we focus on emotional give a reward, ya. Jadi kita perlu menghargai, we respect, ya, for the patient. No discrimination, no stigmatization. Jadi harus dihargai. And then for emotional, dukungan penghargaan, dukungan sarana. Sarana mean how to helps the client, ya, like for access to, to medical check up, to the hospital, ya. Jadi percuma kita memberikan sesuatu kalau kita sendiri tidak mendukung untuk kontrol, ya, ke dokter dan lain sebagainya. And also information so that the patient have the clear perspective. And now this is one the indicator, emotional needs, self-definition, and intervention. And the last for intervention in nursing, I think we spiritual for free and self-control. I think this one is very important when spiritual value and religiosity play a role important in our treatment intervention, because life value is meaningful of life. We improve the religiosity, especially for routine like sholat, ya, kalau yang beragama Islam, puasanya, ya, semakin dekat, ya, semakin baik, and the others. I think we can use this one. Okay, this one is and also indicator for adaptation spiritual like realistic expectation. Jadi menjadi orang itu ya realistik lah, ya, menjadi lebih sabar, ya, syukur, ikhlas, ya, dan mengambil hikmah dari peristiwa itu. I think this is important for autoimmune disease and also for chronic disease. Why it happened and this one. Okay, number 3 is just example. When we look after for the patient with rheumatoid arthritis and also cirrhosis and the others, you can look at this one common like nursing care, rheumatitis, arthritis, and also we can look at by nursing approach. We have a nursing assessment, nursing diagnosis, and also nursing intervention. I think the intervention is already I summarized in the thread for biological, also psychological, social, and also for spiritual approach. Like this one, provide the comforts, yeah. Of course, used for many kind of intervention, yeah, for reducing the comforts, pain, and the others, yeah. For multiple sclerosis, also related to this one, but we as a nurse we need to understand what's a kind of causes, what the factors contributing for this one. So that's why this one the kind of intervention is I like this one is stress need for stopping exercise activity just sort of static and the others. So we look at because we accompany the patient for 24 hours. The complaint of the patient also for lupus erythematosus and related for this one, and also how what happened for we takes the delegating intervention from medical, but also we have for independent role in nursing, especially for caring for need for the patient itself, also the cravers and others, and we can assist this one. We always use for for an assessment and also for diagnosis and also for intervention like monitor for this one for the physical, yeah, the physical, but also we need for psychological and the others. And this one is that type B diabetes. I think everybody knows about this one, knew about this for this one, but again we need to empowering the patient. We need to have a good interaction communication from the patient itself. I think my conclusion is number one, nursing care plays an important role in the process of treatment autoimmune disease. It helps the patient to cope with the disease everyday life everyday, everyday life, because the COVID itself, especially in the patient with at home, teach how to deal with and prevent periods of the disease. I think more empowering, more how to make the patient more independent. Number two, the nurse supports the patient and mobilize the patient family to give him or her the necessary help to that they do not feel lonely in the fight against the disease. Ya, jadi istilah orang kaya gaulnya adalah please don't make me alone. Ya, jadi jangan sampai meninggalkan pasien. Ya, bagaimana keluarga, masyarakat. Moreover, by undertaking the educational action connected with lifestyle and rehabilitation, nurse can contribute to improving their quality of life. Quality of life is only because, let's say, the patient with HIV, for example, maybe or with the cancer, yeah, only maybe 6 months for life. But the important thing is not this one, because the important thing is for the quality of life. Like surga tidak ditentukan itu saja, ya. Kalau kita melihat, it depend on catatan ibadah kita. But the important thing is what is in the end. Pada akhirnya bagaimana kita, ya. Again, this is just spotting. Mari kita for strengthening, saling menguatkan, saling caring, pemberi dan berbagi. Itu prinsipnya perawat, yaitu CLG. CLG is caring, loving, and giving. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Nur Salam. So one thing that caught my eyes was the SKS, or sentuhan kasih sayang, ya, Prof. Okay, this somehow signifies that nursing care is beyond medical or clinical approach only. There are so many factors to be taken into consideration, and there are several nursing models and approaches that can be implemented in order to deliver adequate nursing care for the patients, especially those with autoimmune diseases. So we are going to move on to the discussion session. Prof. Nur Salam and Dr. Safira, if you are ready. So first we are going to give some questions to Dr. Safira. The first one is from Mr. Gusti of Universitas Airlangga. So as I already said before, that in Surabaya there is a fisherman's village in Kenjeran Beach. So this village has a lot of commodities. One of them is sea cucumbers. But unfortunately, the beach itself is very well known to be heavily polluted from industrial waste. So what is your opinion regarding this matter? So is the sea cucumber will give the same benefit as immunostimulants, and is it still safe to be consumed or utilized? As for the second question from Mr. Yugi of Universitas Dr. Subandi, he would like to ask about sea cucumber. So is the sea cucumber especially cultivated, or is it harvested from the sea? And if it is cultivated, he is curious about how to manage the sea cucumber, and is it possible that the sea cucumbers can be an allergy causing agent? Dr. Safira? Oh. Okay, so those are the question for Dr. Safira. Next, we are going to move on the question for Professor Nur Salam. So the first question from Ms. Amana of Universitas Unswagati Cirebon. Prof. Nur Salam, Ms. Amanah ingin bertanya, apakah infeksi COVID-19 pada pasien HIV dan pada pasien normal atau tanpa HIV memiliki respon yang berbeda pada gejalanya, dan apakah berpengaruh terhadap respon imun pasiennya? Kemudian dari Kairin Akbar, Pontianak, so autoimmune patients sometimes don't realize that they have the diseases until the symptoms got serious. So how can nurses provide treatment or adequate nursing even before the symptoms get serious.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ayu. Saya ingin menjawab yang pertama tentang infeksi COVID ya. Jadi jelas kita sudah belajar bersama-sama. We can learn together that's the response immune infection COVID-19 patient with HIV or non HIV. I think it's difference ya, and the sign and symptom of course in general the same ya. Jadi secara berbeda, gejalanya hampir sama, cuman ada beberapa spesifikasi. Kemudian apakah berpengaruh terhadap dengan respon imun? Saya yakin ada pengaruh ya. Jadi kalau kita melihat pada pasien dengan HIV di mana akure imunodisis ya, jadi imunnya mengalami suatu penurunan terutama pada CD4 dan di sana ada viral load. Jadi tergantung daripada level daripada HIV itu sendiri. Jadi kalau pada level misalnya yang stadium 4 misalnya, di mana di sana stadiumnya sudah rendah, kemudian sistem kekebalan juga turun, kemudian viral load-nya juga meningkat, maka gejala akan semakin memperparah gejala. Dan kita juga sama pada all the disease, I think like comorbid yang lain, misalnya diabetes ya, dan lain sebagainya. Mungkin itu jawaban yang pertama. Number 2, Kairin Akbar. I think how can nurse provide treatment? So sometimes nurses do not look at what's kind of the patient itself. Jadi kadang kita tidak melihat apakah itu pasien itu dengan apa dan seterusnya. We look at that the patient with many cases. Our role of course in biological aspect. Jadi pada pendekatan fisik biasanya kita memberikan tindakan limpah misalnya injeksi, ya obat dan lain sebagainya, nutrisionis memberikan makan dan seterusnya itu. Kita juga memberikan beberapa latihan ya, beberapa kegiatan. And also in the psychological aspect also ini. But we focus on especially for the patient with autoimmune. As previously explained, that we need to have the empowering, we need to have a cognition, jadi harus mengajari kepada pasien. Because in nursing intervention we can categorize to be 4 things. Jadi istilahnya OTEK, observation to monitor, T adalah treatment, jadi tindakan-tindakan, E is education, jadi kita harus melakukan edukasi, mengajari, so that the patient can be independently to look after hospitalized or during hospitalized. Itu yang penting. And then K-nya adalah OTEK adalah collaboration. Jadi perlu peran kolaborasi. In all the disease, I think we get OTEK. So in the specify, especially for immune system, I think we need to recognize. Jadi pertama kita harus mengenal sebab-sebabnya, katakan leukemia. Bagaimana ini mengajarkan, bagaimana kita lebih sentuhan-sentuhan pada kognisinya, bagaimana stresornya, sosialnya, bagaimana dia lebih menerima lagi. Nah ini menjadi hal yang penting bagi kita semuanya. Itu mungkin Dr. Ayu yang bisa sampaikan. Terima kasih.
Ya, baik, terima kasih banyak Profesor Nur Salam. Next, we are going to move on to Dr. Safira. If you are ready to answer the questions from the participants. Dr. Safira?
Yeah. I'm here.
So we have 2 questions here.
Okay.
So the first one is about the heavily polluted beach. So in this case, is it still safe to utilize the sea cucumbers? And is it still deliver the same benefit as immunostimulant if compared to clear or clean beach?
Okey, pertamanya ya, macam yang saya cakap tadi, saya sedang menjalankan kajian tentang pollution, pollution di ocean dan bagaimana terepang ini boleh dijadikan biological indicator, biological indicator kepada pollution. sama ada microplastics ataupun oil pollutions or any kinds of pollutions di ocean. Kalau dari segi nutrisi, saya percaya tidak akan ada kekurangan lah dari segi nutrisi. Okay, sebab teripang itu still adalah teripang. Cumanya perlu diproses dengan lebih berlainan lah, dengan berlainan caranya. Kalau cakap pasal pollution di Kenjeran Beach, beach kami pun pollution juga, polluted juga. Di Langkawi pun polluted juga, sangat polluted. Because why Pulau Langkawi adalah tempat tourist attraction, dan mungkin Kenjeran juga tempat turis ke di sana?
Yes.
So I think the pollution is about the same. Okay, it's about the same level. It's just that we are afraid that this sea cucumber will get extinct kalau lagi banyak orang ambil, lagi banyak pollution. Tapi tiada penambah, tiada bertambahnya lagi, tidak di-breed kan, dia akan jadi lebih akan menjadi extinct lah one day. So if the sea cucumber still give benefits as immunostimulant, yes, I believe it is. It will give still give the same results. Okay, should I read question number 2 or moderator read question number 2?
Okay, for the question number 2, so is this sea cucumber generally cultivated or harvested from the ocean? So if it's cultivated, he is curious about how you manage it, and is it possible to be an allergy causing agent when consumed?
Alright, okay, ini sama ada it is being cultivated ataupun being harvested daripada laut kan. Okay, di sini kita ada inisiatif. Okay, kami sudah mulakan cultivation of the sea cucumber. Jadi terdapat banyak hatchery. Okay, banyak sangat hatchery di Borneo ni particularly yang cultivate the sea cucumber. Because why? Because we have come to consensus that sea cucumber semakin extinct, semakin pupus. Jadi perlunya ada cultivation. So there are 2 types of sea cucumber harvest. First, they breed it and harvest it from the hatchery, and second one, they still harvest it from the ocean, daripada ocean. Ada jadi yang diorang ambil daripada laut. Tapi different species lah. Cultivated species usually from Holotrias cabra, dan daripada laut tu different species. Okay. If cultivated, I'm curious how you manage it. Di hatchery. Okay, di hatchery kita buatnya di hatchery, dan bila dia sudah besar up to certain size, for example dalam 3 inci, kita keluarkan ke hapanet di luar. Okay, kita breed dia di sea ranch pen di luar. Okay, di laut. Maksud di luar dia di laut lah, kita keluarkan dia di laut dan dia akan membesar di laut lah. And is sea cucumber possible as an allergy causing agent when consumed? Yes. Okay. Macam juga ikan, macam juga seafood kan. Some people they can be those things can be allergen to them. Okay, akan menjadi agent allergy kepada mereka. Sea cucumber pun sama sebab dia pun seafood juga, dia boleh jadi allergy causing agent when being consumed. So that is why one have to test first lah. Okay, if you want to consume, sama ada kenal pasti sama ada kamu itu ada alergi atau tidak terhadap seafood. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Safira.
Thank you.
That's all for our discussion session due to the limited time that we have. So we are going to hand over the certificate for Dr. Safira and Professor Nur Salam, Prof. Teresia Indah Budi. If you would not mind to hand over the certificate to the speakers.
Dr. Nur Safira, beribu-ribu terima kasih. Beribu-ribu terima kasih.
Terima kasih kerana menjemput saya ke sini. I hope saya harap apa yang saya sharekan ni bermanfaat lah untuk semua. Semoga sukses semuanya.
Thank you very much, Dr. Safira and Prof. Teresia. Maybe for Profesor Nur Salam.
Prof. Nur Salam, terima kasih banyak sudah mau memberi ilmu bagi kami, terutama untuk prodi imunologi.
Terima kasih banyak Prof. Teresia, sudah lama nggak ketemu, sehat ya Prof. Teresia. Oke, terus luar biasa kiprahnya, sukses.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak untuk kedua speaker kami. So this will conclude our current sessions. I would like to give back the time to the MC.
Thank you very much for Dr. Ayu for guiding us on the second session today. Before leave the stage, we from the committee want to give appreciation certificate to Dr. Ayu, and it will be given by the chairman of today's conference, Mr. Dedi Adam. Thank you very much, Dr. Ayu and Mr. Dedi Adam. We would like to return to the reserved seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we already choose one best questioner for the last session, which is led by Dr. Ayu with the remaining two speakers, and the chosen one is congratulations to Mr. Ferry Setiawan from Doctoral Program Studi UNER. Question to Dr. Zafira with a question as follows. Please, as mentioned, Mr. Ferry Setiawan to contact the committee through the message box in Zoom meeting. Yes, for the next session, the next program will be the commercial break. Please, the committee to play the show, and I hope the participants are ready and prepared for the quiz.
Gaya hidup tidak sehat mengakibatkan tubuh mudah mengalami gangguan kesehatan, pola makan buruk, stres, merokok, malas berolahraga. Semuanya dapat memicu pengentalan darah dan sumbatan pada pembuluh darah di otak dan di jantung. Data Organisasi Kesehatan Dunia WHO menyebutkan penyumbatan pembuluh darah di otak dan di jantung merupakan penyakit yang paling membahayakan jiwa, berujung pada kematian. Kini telah hadir solusinya, Jedo Power Laser. Jam terapi kesehatan dengan teknologi aku laser yang dilengkapi dengan 10 titik laser proton monokromatik 650 nanometer. Penggabungan teknologi laser berintensitas rendah dengan teknik akupuntur tradisional Cina. Pengembangan terapi terbaru dari Jedo Korea. Menstimulasi 4 titik terapi arteri radial, 1 titik terapi deguan, 1 titik terapi deli, dan 4 titik terapi arteri ulnar. Jedo Power Laser membantu mencegah berbagai macam masalah sirkulasi darah seperti jantung, stroke, diabetes, dan darah tinggi. Cukup gunakan Jedo Power Laser di pergelangan tangan sebelah kiri. Terapi 2 kali sehari selama 30 menit. Melakukan penyinaran pembuluh darah tanpa rasa sakit maupun luka. Meningkatkan metabolisme saat beraktivitas. Jedo Power Laser membantu proses penyembuhan berbagai penyakit vaskular seperti penyakit jantung dan stroke. Membantu mengejarkan darah yang terlalu kental. Membantu mengatasi hipertensi. Membantu mengurangi kadar gula berlebih pada penderita diabetes. Membantu menghancurkan plak kolesterol dalam darah. Membantu menstabilkan kondisi dan denyut jantung. Mengembalikan kulturan pembuluh darah. Membantu mengatasi masalah saraf dan sistem endokrin. Membantu memperbaiki sistem pencernaan. Membantu pemulihan masalah reproduksi, tulang, dan berbagai organ dalam lainnya. Jedo Power Laser. Dalam pemakaian 30 menit, sisa racun dalam darah mulai berkurang. Setelah berterapi selama 30 hari, fungsi metabolisme mulai meningkat. Gangguan sakit kepala, pening, jantung berdebar, insomnia, kebas pada tangan dan kaki berangsur menghilang. Setelah berterapi selama 3 bulan, tekanan darah, kadar gula dan lemak darah berangsur-angsur kembali normal dan fungsi organ tubuh menjadi maksimal. Dapatkan Jedo Power Laser segera. Tapi tunggu sebentar. Pesan sekarang dan Anda masih akan memperoleh bonus langsung berupa intranasal terapi K, terapi penyinaran di rongga hidung, membantu menyembuhkan sinus, polip, asma, flu, keluhan hidung, serta melancarkan peredaran darah di otak. Tunggu apa lagi? Miliki segera Jedo Power Laser. Nikmati manfaat terapinya sekarang juga.
Kenalkan, nama saya Rusmaya. Saya mengalami diabetes gula kering. Gula saya cek 476, badan keringatan, terus mual, ngantuk-ngantuk gitu. Terus sering ngedrop badan kalau lagi kerja. Saya ke puskesmas, dikasih obat. Jadi saya konsumsi itu, tapi saya pikir nggak bisa selamanya konsumsi obat karena nanti berefek pada ginjal saya. Saya diberitahu oleh teman saya, coba Jedo Power Racer. Setelah pakai Jedo Power Racer ini setiap 15 menit, terus besoknya saya naikkan 30 menit, badan berasa segar, nggak cepet capek. Saya sebelumnya gula darah saya 476 menjadi 297.
Pada waktu tahun 2004, kebetulan saya itu jalan-jalan ke Kuala Lumpur, ke Malaysia. Di sana itu saya iseng check up ke dokter. Dari situ dokter mengatakan bahwa saya harus di bypass. Ternyata terjadi penyumbatan sebesar 90%. Pada waktu itu tidak pernah terjadi apa-apa, ya tidak ada gejala apa-apa. Tapi dokter mengatakan bahwa ini cenderung ke silent heart attack. Nah, artinya sewaktu-waktu sekonyong-konyong banyak kan orang yang tahu-tahu meninggal. Inilah yang bisa saya alami. Atas persetujuan dari keluarga dan dari istri saya melakukan bypass itu. Pada waktu itu tahun 2004. Jadi dokter di Malaysia itu pada waktu itu membuka ini diambil dalamnya. Nah, kemudian dipindahkan ke sini. Sesudah dioperasi di Kuala Lumpur pada waktu itu kan saya kembali ke Bandung. Kemudian rutin saya periksa sampai dengan tahun 2017 itu napas saya sekonyong-konyong sesak lagi, gampang sekali capek gitu. Kemudian dokter menyarankan harus dipasang ring. Informasi yang saya peroleh dari dokternya 4. Itu kan waktu pasang ring itu tahun 2017. 2019 terkopoh-kopoh lagi, tersengal-sengal lagi gitu. Nah, terus katanya coba pakai laser. Pas ada informasi katanya ada Jedo Laser. Pada waktu 2 minggu pertama saya pakai Jedo Laser. Saya periksa kekentalan darah saya berapa. Nah, ternyata dari hasil lab itu menunjukkan angka yang signifikan bagus gitu. Jadi bagus gitu. Jadi tadinya kental sekali, malah sekarang jadi encer begitu. dokter bilang ini kok cukup bagus gitu, hasilnya memuaskan sekali gitu. Terbukti dari hasil lab yang terakhir itu sangat bagus Pak. Saran saya sih jangan ragu-ragu lah untuk menggunakan Shadow Power Laser gitu. Karena itu sangat membantu gitu. Ini terbukti buat saya pribadi.
Nama saya Hari Tanjung, saya ada gejala darah tinggi, walaupun tidak terlalu parah, tetapi memang sudah harus ditangani. Nah, ini dia yang saya pakai ini, sekarang juga saya lagi terapi. Ini sebenarnya saya, kalau di kantor, saya nggak bawa, ini ada kabel yang ke hidung juga untuk nostril ya. Di zaman COVID ini, di mana dia menyerang saluran pernafasan sampai ke paru-paru, dengan lubang hidung itu kita dikasih laser, saya berpendapat itu bagus untuk supaya jangan kena COVID lah gitu kira-kira. Saya pakai, dan ternyata benar, hasil yang saya dapatkan itu sangat baik. Tensi saya turun dan terkontrol. Dan di tes darah, ternyata pergerakan di dalam mikroskop itu darah saya berubah. Ternyata setelah pakai ini 15 menit saja menjadi berubah ke arah ideal. Apalagi kalau dilaksanakan terapi ini secara rutin. Ya, jadi intinya saya mau sampaikan manfaat dari jam laser ini sangat baik. Jadi saya kira zaman COVID ini ya lebih baik pakai ini aja lagi. Memang sehat dengan Zedo.
Baik, Bapak.
Awas! Gaya hidup tidak sehat mengakibatkan tubuh mudah mengalami gangguan kesehatan, pola makan buruk, stres, merokok, malas berolahraga. Data Organisasi Kesehatan Dunia (WHO) menyebutkan penyumbatan pembuluh darah di otak dan di jantung merupakan penyakit yang paling membahayakan jiwa, berujung pada kematian. Kini telah hadir solusinya, Shadow Power Laser. Jam terapi kesehatan dengan teknologi aku laser yang dilengkapi dengan 10 titik laser proton monokromatik 650 nanometer. Penggabungan teknologi laser berintensitas rendah dengan teknik
kepada
tradisional
seluruh
Cina. Pengembangan terapi
tamu
terbaru
undangan
dari
yang hadir
Shadow
melalui
Korea. Menstimulasi 4 titik terapi arteri radial, 1 titik terapi
Please
denguan,
melalui
1
Google
titik
Form yang
terapi
telah
deli,
dikirimkan
dan 4
di,
titik terapi arteri ulnar.
kotak
Shadow
pesan.
Power Laser membantu mencegah berbagai macam masalah sirkulasi darah seperti jantung, stroke, diabetes, dan darah tinggi.
Peserta utama yang terpilih
Shadow Power
akan
Laser
mendapatkan
dipersilakan
satu
tangan
smartwatch.
sebelah kiri. Terapi 2 kali sehari
akan
selama
mendapatkan
30 menit.
3
Melakukan penyerapan pembuluh darah tanpa
hydrogen
rasa sakit maupun
dari
luka.
Ultra Multi
Meningkatkan metabolisme
Company.
saat beraktivitas.
PT
Shadow
Ultra.
Power Laser membantu proses penyembuhan berbagai penyakit vaskular
Ultrams,
seperti penyakit
memberikan
jantung dan stroke, membantu menjadikan darah yang terlalu kental, membantu
Rp300.000
hipertensi,
per
membantu mengurangi kadar
batang
gula berlebih pada penderita
tabung
diabetes, membantu menghancurkan plat kolesterol dalam darah, membantu menstabilkan kondisi dan denyut jantung, mengembalikan struktur pembuluh darah.
Baik, sudah tampak di samping para pemenang yang terpilih. Untuk pemenang pertama kami ucapkan selamat dengan atas nama lydia.khalifa@gmail.com untuk mendapatkan satu smartwatch. Kemudian kita pilih 3 peserta terbaik lainnya, yakni dengan atas nama Maria Natisa 70@gmail.com, Marlo Sikeren@gmail.com, dan Ania Putri 21@gmail.com yang akan mendapatkan satu buah sabun hidrogen dari Altrams Company, di mana sabun tersebut memiliki nilai seharga Rp300.000 per sabunnya. Silakan menghubungi panitia melalui kotak pesan pada Zoom meeting. Baik, saya akan lanjutkan ke acara berikutnya. Ladies and gentlemen, the next program is the announcement of the winner of oral presentation competition. We would like to invite the honorable judges, Professor Teresia, will be given and announced right after the remaining video of the oral presentation competition contestants. So before that, let us show you the remaining contestant video. The committee, please to play the videos.
Introduction: diabetes mellitus is chronic disease because the pancreas does not enough to produce insulin. Diabetes is a significant public health problem and is one of our priority non-communicable disease. The number of the cases and the prevalence of diabetes has continued to increase over the last few decades. The program pengelolaan penyakit kronis or prevalence activities is a healthcare system and a proactive approach implemented in the integrated manner to maintain health for patients suffering from chronic disease to achieve an optimal quality of life. Prevalence activities include medical or educational consultation, home visit, reminders, club activities, and monitoring of the health status through health checks such as measuring blood pressure, checking glucose level, and routine checks every 3 to 6 months. The neutrophil lymphocyte ratio (NLR) has become a new marker of inflammation that has the potential to detect chronic inflammation. The neutrophil count will increase the chronic inflammation, and the lymphocyte count will decrease. The various studies show the value of neutrophil lymphocyte ratio is superior to the total leukocyte count, neutrophil count, or leukocyte count as a marker inflammation because it is less influenced by physiological condition as dehydration or physical activation. This research is to determine the difference in the value of the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio in the diabetes patient who have exercised self-control by following the program pengelolaan penyakit kronis or prevalence activities and diabetes mellitus patient who are not registered in the prevalence activities. Material and method in this research, there are 2 research groups who receive the treatment and those who do not receive the treatment. And this research using the first human blood collected from all diabetes mellitus patients who registered with the prevalence activities and not registered with the prevalence activities at the Kedung Sari Health Center Mojokerto. The sample was collected by the vaccinator tube with the anticoagulant EDTA and the NLR value calculating using the hematology analyzer. The result of this research you can see in the table 1 is the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio in the value in diabetes mellitus patient with registered in the prevalence activities, and the 20 patient who registered in the prevalence activity at Kedung Sari Public Health Center Mojokerto, the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio value was in the normal range, is 15 patient and 5 patient experienced increase in the value of neutrophil lymphocyte ratio. And in the table 2, all of you can see the table of ratio neutrophil and lymphocyte the patient who not registered in the prevalence activities. In this table, 20 20 patients who are registered for the planned activity at the Kedung Sari Public Health Center Mojokerto. The ratio on neutrophil lymphocyte was in normal range is 0 patient, while as much as the 20 patient experienced an increase in the value of neutrophil lymphocyte ratio. We can see that the first and the second treatment and in this treatment group, the patient who enroll in the Prolinis program have more neutrophil lymphocyte ratio value in the normal range, which are the 15 patient compared with who are not registered in the Prolinis program. This can happen because the average number of the neutrophil and lymphocyte in the patient with controlled diabetes mellitus is lower than in the patient with uncontrolled diabetes mellitus. The poor control of the food patterns in the hyperglycemic patient associated with an increase in the cytokine, example the EL6 and the CRP, in the patient experience an increase in the pro-inflammatory cytokines such as EL6 and ELH, which will then stimulate the production of leukocyte, especially in the neutrophil and lymphocyte. The conclusion from this article is based on the study obtained from the Kedung Sari Public Health Center Mojokerto with the 14 responders with all diabetes mellitus. 20 patients were registered in the Prolinis activities and 20 patients not registered in the Prolinis activity according to the inclusion criteria. There was a significant difference in the value of the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio between the diabetes mellitus patient who are not registered and with the Prolinis activities and diabetic patient who are not registered with the Prolinis activities at the Public Health Center Kedung Sari Mojokerto. Here the reference from this article. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, good morning. Please allow me Nelly Nur Indasari as the first author along with reader who are expert in their field, namely Dr. Ahmad Faris Malfi Zamzam Zain from the Department of Internal Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, the author will discuss the potential role of vitamin D supplementation in preventing osteoporosis among patients with SLA. Methods: literature search in Scientific Progress Journal and Psychic Journal. Studies published within 5 years, 2017 until 2022. Studies met the following criteria were included: clinical trial reporting vitamin D use in patients with SLA and osteoporosis. The intervention was patient receiving vitamin D. The control group was patient that did not receive vitamin D. The outcome was osteoporosis. Result: there were 4 studies consisting 206 patients in this systematic review. Vitamin D supplementation in increased trabecular count. It was also associated with 13.4% reduced in incidence of osteoporosis. Vitamin D supplementation was not associated with bone turnover. These are for review journal reference. Summary of effect of vitamin D supplementation on osteoporosis in SLA. Discussion. The study suggested that vitamin D supplementation did not significantly prevent osteoporosis. Vitamin D supplementation can impact on increased serum vitamin D level but not bone turnover parameter. A study by Sarkisian et al. Showed that bone turnover markers were not significantly associated with vitamin D level after vitamin D supplementation. This result can be explained in regarding to a direct effect of SLA disease activity on bone formation, at least one bone turnover, bone resorption due to the inflammatory suppressive effect of glucocorticoid inhibit cytokine, induce osteoclast activity. Another study also showed that change in bone turnover markers were not significantly different in both vitamin D supplementation group and healthy control group. Vitamin D supplementation did not significantly affect change in bone turnover marker over 12 weeks in SLA patient. Long-term supplementation of vitamin D for 100 until 1,200 IU and calcium 1 until 1.5 gram might have a better effect on BMD in postmenopausal osteoporosis women. Future investigation with high dose of vitamin D and a longer period is recommended to normal vitamin D level as an effort to control SLA. Conclusion, vitamin D supplementation in
Hi, my name is Yuli. Today I will present my research about antimalarial activity of mahogany seed ethanolic extract in Balbisi mice infected with Plasmodium bergianca and the correlation of parastemia and plasma level of interferon gamma. The genus Plasmodium is a parasite that can cause malaria. Mahogany seed is a part of the plant that traditionally used to treat malaria. The key mediator of the inflammatory immune response is interferon gamma that can control Plasmodium infection in the blood. 25 male Balbisi mice were infected with P. bergianca and divided into 5 groups. Groups 1 until 3 were treated with MSAE treatment at the concentration 100, 50, and 25% respectively, and group 4 was negative control treated with 0.5% CMCNA, and group 5 was a positive control treated with DHP at 187.2 milligrams per kilograms body weight. Parastemia was observed every day from the first day to the fourth day post-treatment. Plasma level of interferon gamma were measured by Sandwich ELISA. This study reported the antimalarial activity of MSEE. Treatment of MSEE caused a significant difference in mean of interferon gamma levels. There is a correlation between parastemia on the fourth day post-treatment with interferon gamma levels. Plasmodium infection induces the production of interferon gamma from various innate and adaptive cells at various stages. Recommended treatment for malaria by WHO is artemisinin combination therapies that was at first extracted from the Artemisia annua plant. Several plants in Indonesia are reported to have antimalarial activity both in vitro and in vivo, but its effect on the immune system has not been much explained. So the study aims to analyze the antimalarial activity of mahogany seed ethanolic extract or MSEE in Balbisi mice infected with Plasmodium bergianca and the correlation between parastemia and plasma level of interferon gamma. The study is through experimental with post-test only control group design and use standard test method for curative activity. The mean parastemia of each treatment group is shown in figure 1, and two-way ANOVA analysis showed significant difference in the mean parastemia based on treatment day and treatment group, and there was an interaction between treatment days and treatment group in P. bergianca infected mice. Figure 2 showed mean of interferon gamma levels in Balbisi mice infected with P. bergianca, which were given MSEE and control group. Statistical analysis resulted in there was difference in the mean levels of interferon gamma in Balbisi mice infected with P. bergianca between 100%, 50, and 25% MSAA negative control and positive control treatment groups with P equals 0.032, and statistical analysis resulted in the correlation between parastemia on the fourth day post-treatment and interferon gamma levels with correlation coefficient equal 0.589 and P equal 0.006. The antimalarial activity of MSEE in this study was probably caused by the bioactive compound contained in MSEE. The significant correlation between parastemia on the fourth day post-treatment with interferon gamma levels showed that the immune cell in Balbisi mice tried to eliminate P. bergianca infection by secreting interferon gamma. In the study, there was a tendency for interferon gamma levels to be higher in the group with higher parastemia. The study reported the antimalarial activity of MSEE in Balbisi mice infected with P. bergianca. Treatment of MSEE caused a significant difference in mean of interferon gamma levels. There is a correlation between parastemia on the fourth day post-treatment with interferon gamma levels. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nur Hafida Widyastuti. Thank you for the Committee of International Conference of Imunology Study Program and the Conference of Indonesian Society of Pathobiology for being allowed me to present our study. The topic is odontoblast saldet in Paphitis reversible. Is it apoptosis or necrosis in vivo study? Introduction. Paphitis is pulp inflammation. This is the picture of the healthy tooth, and this is a picture of the paphitis. This is a decay because of the dental caries. Paphitis divided into two. There is paphitis reversible and paphitis irreversible. Paphitis reversible is a type of pulp inflammation that is mild to moderate, but the pulp can return to the normal state after the stimulus was removed. The etiology of the paphitis reversible mostly bacteria, trauma, or allergenic action. Paphitis reversible that hasn't been treated can result in severe pain, leading to paphitis irreversible and become pulp necrosis. Paphitis. The immune response is the main factor that plays roles in the occurrence of paphitis. Tumor necrosis factor are inflammatory mediator with biological activities, including stimulating and inhibiting several cell components in the immune system. Tumor necrosis factors alpha can or TNF alpha can activate cells and induce the synthesis of pro-inflammatory cytokines. Caspase-9 will activate pro-caspase-3 into caspase-3, an effector caspase that carries out apoptosis. The presence of trauma or bacteria can cause odontoblast cell death in the form of necrosis or apoptosis. Criteria and methods. There is post-test only with control group design. 18 practically male rate. And there is no anatomical abnormalities and normal activity and behavior. Divided into 3 groups, each is 6 rat. Group 1 is healthy rats. Group 2 is rat with paphitis reversible, and group 3 is paphitis reversible with calcium hydroxide. Each group is a termination in day 3, and then get up excitation with bubble growth, and then get ELISA testing for TNF alpha and caspase-9. This is a picture of the animal model for paphitis reversible. First, let's get intramuscular anesthesia with famine, and then the crown of the incisor was cut to the marginal gingival margin for by preparation in low speed using round burr diameter 0.8 millimeter, the maxillary incisor with a depth of 3 millimeter. And then using Kefel number 10 until the pulp perforation. The result is from the TNF alpha, for the normality and homogeneity test. It is the variance of the data population groups are the same and homogeneous. And then for the ANOVA, there was no.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Risya Silmiati. First of all, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity. Today, I would like to present my research. The title is the interferon gamma expression in periapical dental granuloma immunopathogenesis. The background of this research is periodic treatment of pulp necrosis with periapical granuloma has potential to cause recurrent and pain. The acute pain of periapical granuloma strongly associated with macrophage activation that produces pro-inflammatory cytokines via interferon gamma. However, the role of interferon gamma in periapical granuloma has not been widely described. This research method is did periapical lesion granuloma and non-granuloma were obtained from patients with pulp necrosis and had been extracted. Periapical lesions were seen from the radiograph, then histopathological and immunohistochemical examination to analyze the expression of interferon gamma. The result of immunohistochemistry in periapical tissue, positive immunohistochemistry seen in periapical granuloma. The higher microbes and bacterial biofilm amount will increase the risk of periapical granuloma. Macrophage, lymphocytes, plasma cell, and giant cell were detected in 81.2% of cementum, 65.6% in the apical surface, and 79.2% periapical granuloma itself. Macrophage produce hexoprotein 60 with trigger CD4 lymphocyte apoptosis, thereby causing balance shifting into CD8 lymphocyte, and this is affected by an increase in interferon gamma producing cell with trigger granuloma formation. The role of interferon gamma are increasing and suppression macrophage activity, promote interleukin-1, synthesis of nitric oxide and oxygen, interleukin-12, and interleukin-18. Suppress the receptor activator of NFKB ligand. The conclusion of this research is periapical granuloma tissues in this that has gone necrotic has a high expression of interferon gamma, and its main component are macrophage, lymphocytes, and mast cell. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello everyone, my name is Septiana Karamawati. I want to present about my research that its effect of convalescent plasma therapy on interleukin-10 and interleukin-12 level in COVID-19 patient at Haji Surabaya General Hospital randomly. Okay, convalescent plasma therapy provides clinical benefits in COVID-19 patient. Collection of IgM and IgG antibodies from patients who have recovered from COVID-19 can increase the chance of obtaining neutralizing antibodies as therapy against the virus. Systemically, recombinant are interleukin-10 or interleukin-10 increase the production of inflammatory cytokine and then promotes the proliferation of effector CD8 T cell, thereby exerting a detrimental effect on the pathogenesis of COVID-19. In addition, interleukin P70 or interleukin 33 and IgG seroconversion have been correlated with the severity of COVID-19. Therefore, in this study aims to determine the level of interleukin 12 and interleukin 10 cytokine in COVID-19 patients by using a random sampling method. The population in this study were COVID-19 patients at Haji General Hospital Surabaya. The study used 38 randomly selected blood serum samples, namely the group with convalescent plasma therapy and the group with convalescent plasma therapy. The result demonstrated that the pretest group had the lower interleukin who received GIF treatment plasma convalescent had average interleukin 12 level of 21.9 pg
per milliliter, whereas COVID-19 patient who didn't get convalescent plasma therapy had average interleukin-12 of 19.10 pg per milliliters. A significant result of P more 0.05 suggests that there is no difference in interleukin-12 levels between COVID-19 patients who don't get convalescent plasma treatment and those who do. The overall value of interleukin-10 level of COVID-19 patients in the study was in the above normal range, which was 0 until 4 in 91 pg per milliliter. The study showed that there was no difference in interleukin-12 level between the pre-test and post-test group in accordance with the statement Garbaran et al. 2021 that convalescent plasma therapy had no effect on inflammatory response in COVID-19 patients. An increased interleukin-10 coincides with improvement in clinical conditions such as body temperature, respiratory, heart rate, PaO2, and FiO2 values. Increase of interleukin-12 in the study indicate the occurrence of negative regulator in immune condition of COVID-19 patient. Interleukin-10 in negative regulator has a significant role in DLR-induced interleukin-12 production. The conclusion that its administration of convalescent plasma therapy in the study was proven to improve the clinical condition of COVID-19 patients, although there were differences in the result of statistical analysis between interleukin-10 and interleukin-12 level. Thank you for your attention. Stay happy, stay healthy, and be grateful.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stefani Florencia Bahi. I am a master student in Department Immunology at Erlangga University, Indonesia. I would like to present about my research paper entitled Adenosine deaminase levels in suspected tuberculosis patients with interferon gamma release assay positive and negative. Tuberculosis is one of the major public health problems and remains a global health issue including Indonesia, which is caused by the bacterium Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Adenosine deaminase is an enzyme in purine catabolism process which catalyzes adenosine into inosine and deoxyadenosine into deoxyinosine and plays an important role in lymphoid cell differentiation. ADA is elevated in TB pleural. Aim of this study was to determine ADA levels in suspected TB patients. This study is an analytical observational study with a cross-sectional approach to 60 samples of suspected TB patients consisting of 30 samples with positive IGRA result and 30 samples with negative IGRA during January to April 2020. In this study, independent variables are suspected TB patients with positive and negative IGRA result, while dependent variable is ADA examination. The population is suspected TB patients based on referrals from pulmonologists. The study sample was part of a population that met the inclusion criteria of patients above 18 years old. Sampling is done by purposive sampling. The result of the ADA level examination in the positive IGRA sample obtained an abnormal result of 36.7%, while the ADA levels in the negative IGRA sample obtained an abnormal result of 13.3%. There was a 63.6% difference in the number of abnormalities between positive and negative IGRA samples, indicating that the abnormal percentage of ADA levels was higher in the positive IGRA sample. Conclusion of the study found a significant difference between adenosine deaminase levels in tuberculosis suspect patients between positive and negative results of interferon gamma release assay. Last but not least, I want to thank all those who have assisted in this study, especially to Gleneagles Laboratory Clinic Surabaya, which has helped facilitate data and material. Thank you. If there are any questions, don't hesitate to ask questions to me. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Talita Sofa and I present you my article with the title The Effect of Spirulina platensis on the phagocytosis index of peritoneal macrophages in BAPSI mice induced by BCG vaccine. Tuberculosis is an infectious disease caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis. The contribution rate of recovered patients and the treatment success rates decreased compared to the previous years due to the presence of Mycobacterium tuberculosis strains that are resistant to anti-tuberculosis drugs. To control the disease, it's necessary to have a new alternative control of the preventive disease made from natural ingredients with low side effects but has an immunomodulatory activity. Macrophages are the body's first defense against infection, and one of the natural ingredients that can be used as an immunomodulator is Spirulina platensis that increase a stronger production of cytokine secretion that can indirectly promote macrophage cell activation. This research is to determine the effect of Spirulina platensis on the phagocytosis index of peritoneal macrophages in BAPSI mice induced by BCG vaccine. This research were using male mice with body weight around 25 grams and age around 2 months, divided into 4 groups. There were the negative control group, the positive control group, treatment group 1, and treatment group 2, and then the peritoneal fluid was taken to assess the macrophage phagocytosis index. Based on this figure, it can be seen that the macrophages in the treatment group were enlarged and had more pseudopodia than the control group. In addition, giant macrophages were formed in the treatment group. Active macrophages are characterized by an increase in size and shape with varying pseudopodia extensions. Their phagosomes become more abundant in membranes, the Golgi apparatus enlarges, and the endoplasmic reticulum develops. Based on this table, it can be seen that the average macrophage phagocytosis index in the negative control group was higher than the positive control group. In the treatment group, with Spirulina platensis, both experience an increase when compared to both negative and positive control group. These results indicate that the value of the phagocytosis index in the treatment with Spirulina platensis at a dose of 800 mg is higher than in treatment group at a dose of 400 mg. In the first treatment group, the average of macrophage phagocytosis index increased when compared to the control group. This was because of presence of infection with the induction of the BCG vaccine would stimulate the immune system to work against the infection, especially macrophage cells as the first-line defense. In the second treatment group, the average results of the macrophage phagocytosis index was higher when compared to the first treatment group. This might be due to the increase in the number of Spirulina platensis doses, so the amount of substances that affected the work of macrophage cells were greater. In conclusion, there were an effect of giving Spirulina platensis on the phagocytosis index of peritoneal macrophages, and the macrophage phagocytosis index in all treatment groups that were given Spirulina platensis increased significantly compared to the control group. Here are some references from this article. Thank you so much for your attention.
Good afternoon everyone, my name is Fania and I'm a postgraduate student of Imunology from Airlangga University. Now I want to present a research about potential of Moringa olivera leaf extract on IL-8 expansion in benzopyrene-induced oral cancer of Ratus harvagicus. Oral cavity cancer is one of the highest deaths in the world, reaching 13% of all deaths. In Indonesia, it ranged from 3 to 4%, and the number of deaths reached from 2 to 3% of all deaths caused by malignancy. Angiogenesis is an important factor in the cancer growth because it could promote cancer cell growth regulated by VEGF or VEGR. One of angiogenesis factors is interleukin-8, which has role in the proliferation and metastasis of cancer through promoting the angiogenic responses. We know the gold standard of cancer therapy is surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy, but because of their side effects, some people searching an alternative treatment as an additional treatment that has low side effect. Moringa oleifera is one of herbal plants that could be used because it contains isothiocyanate or ITC, known could decrease the expression of pro-angiogenic factors. Based on that background, the objective of this study is to know the potential of Moringa oleifera leaf extract on the expression of IL-8 endothelial cells of oral cancer in rats which induced with benzopyrene. This research is an experimental laboratory study with post-test only group design. We use 30 male rats that already being acclimated for 7 days, then it's divided into 4 groups. Then they being injected with benzopyrene on their buccal mucosal twice a week for 4 weeks, and after the cancer confirmed, groups of KP treated with the extract for 4 weeks, and each group received a different dose. After the treatment, the rats were sacrificed using anesthesia and tumor tissue being collected. Next, immunohistochemistry processing was carried out to see the expression of IL-8. Last, the data we collected using microscope and being analyzed. The result of this study could be seen on the table. In table 1, we can see that group K has higher average compared to group KP1, KP2, and KP3. It means control group which didn't receive any treatment has higher IL-8 expression in cancer cells than group of KP. It's also proved that the extract had potential to decrease IL-8 expression in treatment group. The data were normally distributed and homogeneous, so here we used ANOVA test as parametric test, and the results show there is a significant difference between the groups. Next, in table 2, we can see a significant difference between treatment group here. It showed that KP2 has a significant difference between group KP1 and KP2. Meanwhile, KP1 and KP2 has no significant difference between each other. It means that 40 mg dose of the extract is the best dose that could decrease the expression of IL-8 expression comparing to other dose which has been used. We assume the lowest and highest dose of extract might be not optimally decrease the IL-8 expression in oral cancer. Here is the histopathological view of each group. We can see here KP2 has lowest number of IL-8 expression. Lastly, it could be concluded that Moringa oleifera extract has potential to inhibit angiogenesis, and Moringa oleifera extract with 40 mg dose is the best dose to be used, which could inhibit angiogenesis of oral cancer in male rats induced by benzopyrene. This is my references, and thank you.
Hello, my name is Varelia. Today I'd like to presentation about the mineralized dentin material sponge TDMS promotes RUNX2 expression in osteoblastogenesis. And these are the authors. And this is for the abstracts, and the keyword is osteoblast, osteoblastogenesis, RUNX2, and TDMS. And first of all, craniofacial areas always sometimes suffer from injuries and provide like bone loss, and it needs alternative materials with good osseointegration properties because natural healing is not working in here. So we have to pay attention on osteoblast and osteoclast and RUNX2 itself because it play a very important role to bone differentiation. And the collagen is a hemostatic agent that has a function to stopping bleeding and helping the wound healing process. It is increasing fibroblast growth and vascularization, so it will increase granulation tissues. And osteogenesis has two main pathways. First of all is endochondral ossification and spatial condensation by MST. And in the graph material, we have to note that it has osseointegration, which is direct relationship between biomaterial and bone tissue. And in this very important phase is pre-osteoblast and osteoblast, while Osteoblasts play a role in process of new bone formation, and osteoclast plays a role in process of bone destruction. And this is the picture. It is start from MSG, and it will be osteoblast and osteoclast, and it will become a regeneration or resorption of bone. And RANX2 is the main transcription factor that expresses osteoblastic markers such as ALP, OTP, OCN, OPN, OMN, PSP, and it is play an important role in osteoblastogenesis. And RANX family, as we can know, there are RANX1, RANX2, and RANX3, and these family proteins have a small domain which directly binds to DNA. And as we know, RANX2 is known to form heterodimers with CBFP and acquired increases DNA binding capacity. And bone graft material itself, it has three types: autogenous, allogenic, and xenograft. And this time we use xenograft because it has the most advantageous, and one of the materials is included in xenograft is hydroxyapatite. Hydroxyapatite itself is consists one of the main component in bone, around 55 until 56%, and it is found in teeth and bone. And DDSM is a collagen membrane made from bovine dentin, and it contains organic and inorganic components similar to dentin and human bone. It is contain around 70% hydroxyapatite, 20% organic matrix, and 10% waters. So the conclusion is DDSM has the potential to promote RANX2 expression and osteoblastogenesis. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wulan. Thank you for the time that has been given. Here I will present my article with detailed case description of COVID-19 in Kirigensi, Java Province, Indonesia in 2020 to 2021. Next, Kirigensi ranks 6 highest active case of COVID-19 in East Java. This study aimed to describe COVID-19 case in Kirigensi based on person, place, and time. This type of research is descriptive observational research with secondary data. The majority of COVID-19 case attack women, with the highest age category is early elderly, and the highest death case attack with the same age category is late elderly, and the area with the highest case were in the working area of the UPTD Puskesmas Ngasem, and the highest case of COVID-19 in 2020 occurred in December, and in 2021 in the highest occurred in July. All of the variables are in the same correlation with previous studies. Only one variable is not appropriate, namely gender. Keyword COVID-19, person, place, and time. COVID-19 is severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2, with general signs and symptoms such as acute respiratory distress, namely fever, cough, and shortness of breath. COVID-19 was first described in Wuhan, China, and by WHO has been declared a pandemic in the world. And in Indonesia, report its first case in March 2020, and East Java ranked second with the highest number of active COVID-19, and Kirigensi ranked number 6 with the highest active case in East Java. For material and method, the TAPE research used descriptive observational research, and the research in Kirigensi with the sort of data absent from secondary data. Descriptive analysis was carried out in this study to describe COVID-19 case, and based on three determinant variable in descriptive epidemiology is people, place, and time. For research and discussion, case of COVID-19 in Kirigensi in 2020 is 2,412 case, and CFR is 7.96%, and in 2021 is 11,715 case, and CFR is 8.63%. For person, the distribution of COVID-19 case by gender, the highest is female, and then the distribution of COVID-19 case by age category, the highest is early elderly age group, and then distribution of the case due to COVID-19 by age category, the highest is late elderly age group. And then place the highest in the working area UPT di Puskesmas Ngasem. And then the last part-time distribution of COVID-19 case in Kedirigensi in 2020. The highest is in December, and then in 2021 the highest is July. And then conclusion, COVID-19 case in Kedirigensi experienced a significant increase in case and death case from 2020 to 2021. Based on the distribution of case by person, the highest COVID-19 case occur in women and the early elderly age group, while the highest case of death occur in the late elderly age group. And distribution case by place, the highest case occur in the working area of the UPT di Puskesmas Ngasem, and distribution case by time, the highest COVID-19 case occur in December in 2020, and in 2021 the highest occur in July. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Yunika Trisnawati. First of all, I want to say thanks to my opportunity to explain about my article. The title is A Description of COVID-19 Patient at Bakti Dharma Husada Surabaya Hospital in February 2022. This is my abstract. Introduction. COVID-19 is an infection disease that was firstly reported in Wuhan, China in December 2019. Indonesia was entering the third wave of COVID-19 starting in January 2022, where there has been an increase in COVID-19 cases by more than doubling, namely 14,728. Bakti Dharma Husada Hospital is one of the COVID-19 referral hospital which began to experience an increase in COVID-19 inpatient in February 2022. Method. An observational descriptive study with a case series approach. The source, secondary data taken from the online hospital application of the Directorate General of Health version 3. The study described the incidence of COVID-19 with a case approach epidemiology by person and time. The variables studied in this study were gender, age, vaccine history, and severity level. Result and discussion. COVID-19 case pattern based on gender and age. From the table, the mostly were female, majority patients were 21 until 60 years old. Data from infectionemerging.kemkes.go.id about the age of COVID-19 patient up to 10 February 2022 said that more women than men who suffer COVID-19. Age 25 until 34 was the largest age category for patients suffering from COVID-19. Data on the age of patients hospitalized are dominated by elderly patients over 20 years who mostly have comorbidities. COVID-19 case pattern based on vaccine. From the table, the mostly did not get the vaccine. Based on what we know so far, vaccines are effective fight against existing variant, especially at preventing severe disease, hospitalization, and death. COVID-19 level from the table, the mostly had mild complaint. This is the same as a result with the Lancet article that was community epidemic of the Omicron variant will probably have less of an impact on health compared.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Zulfikran Muhammad Rizky Aziz from Imunology Postgraduate School, Airlangga University. Today, I will present to you about my research, correlation of the number of monocyte and CD4 T lymphocyte in the blood of hepatitis B positive patient. Hepatitis B is infectious disease or inflammation of liver caused by hepatitis B virus. One of the parameters to detect the presence of the viral infectious and see the person immune response is to check the number of monocyte and CD4 T lymphocyte. The study aimed to correlate the number of monocyte and CD4 T lymphocyte in the blood of hepatitis B positive patient. The research is analytical observational study, a cross-sectional research design. The method used to examine the monocyte is the optical laser and examine the CD4 T lymphocyte using the flow cytometer method. Data on the number of monocyte and CD4 T lymphocyte were categorized in the normal value limit, include the lower, middle, and upper limit. Correlation between the monocyte and CD4 T lymphocyte test with Pearson correlation statistical test. The number of monocytes in the venous blood of patients with hepatitis B positive obtained as many as 11 of 20 people or 55%, and in the normal and in the middle limit. While for the CD4 T lymphocyte in 20 people or 100% in the lower normal limit. Pearson correlations saw a strong correlation is 93.2% with the p-value 0.0. The conclusion from the study, there is a correlation between number of monocyte and CD4 T lymphocyte in the hepatitis B patient with the normal monocyte number in the middle range and CD4 T lymphocyte in the lower range. Thank you. If you have any question, you can contact me.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Ifuling Audrey Jensen. Firstly, I want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to present my review article. And the title is Potential of Bamboo Shoots Against Breast Cancer. The author are Ifuling Audrey Jensen, Teresia Indah Budi, Dedi Adam, and Fahria. Background: breast cancer, carcinoma mammae, is a malignancy that attacks the water glands, gland-duct, and breast-supporting tissues. Breast cancer is ranked first as a malignancy that often occurs in the world. Most women with breast cancer will undergo several surgeries. Surgery is often combined with chemotherapy. However, the side effect of chemotherapy drugs can damage healthy cells. Bamboo shoots are one of the most promising sources of bioactive compounds for the pharmaceutical field in the treatment of breast cancer. Purpose: this review article aims to provide information and education about several types of bamboo shoots that contain compounds and anti-cancer activity that have potential as alternative treatments for breast cancer. Reviews: this review article discusses several types of bamboo shoots and their anti-cancer activity. Conclusion: from the results of a journal review, it was found that several types of bamboo shoots with breast anti-cancer activity were Dendrocamus asper and Heterocilla valpubescens with various activities such as cytotoxicity, anti-proliferative, pro-apoptotic, and pro-inflammatory on the MCF7 breast cancer cell line. Introduction: breast cancer is an uncontrolled and irregular growth of breast cells and also spread to other organs. The most common locations for metastasis in breast cancer are lung and pleura, bones, liver, brain, and local metastasis or regional. 2. Incidence and mortality. According to data from the WHO, in 2020, there are 2.3 million women diagnosed with breast cancer and 685,000 deaths globally. In Indonesia, especially, more than 80% of breast cancer cases are found to be at an advanced stage where treatment is difficult. 3. Bamboo shoot as therapist agents. Bamboo shoots, Dendrocalamus asper, have been scientifically proven to contain several phytochemicals with significant anti-cancer properties. Bamboo shoots contain high amounts of polyphenolic compounds which have strong radical scavenging activity and exert anti-carcinogenic effect by regulating reactive oxygen species level signal transduction, angiogenesis, and cell proliferation. Methods. The data used in writing this journal review was collected using the literature study method, but from primary and secondary libraries. The library search was carried out using online-based library search instruments such as NCBI, PubMed, Google Scholar, Elsevier. The keywords used for the literature search were related to breast cancer, bamboo shoots, and breast cancer, anti-cancer activity bamboo shoots, and bamboo shoots and breast. Okay, the next one is result and discussion. From the result of the literature study, there were 20 articles and only 2.
Hello, my name is Fahria. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity for present my review article. Until now, the best step for treating cancer have not been found. Treatment with chemotherapy not only kill cancer cell, but also can kill normal cell. Therefore, it is necessary to think about other alternative cancer with a natural product. My title is Fruit Pills from Agricultural Waste on Cancer Cell Grow Through Expression of K167. Fruit is a source of fiber needs by humans. To meet the fiber needs of the community, people consume fruit flesh while the skin of the fruit will be discarded and become garbage. If not handled quickly, it can produce odors and pollute the environment. Cancer is characterized by uncontrolled cell growth and division. Cancer cells that are in the proliferative phase express several specific proteins and can be detected with certain monoclonal antibodies such as K167, which can be used as a marker of cell proliferation. Currently, cancer treatment with a chemotherapy agent has a side effect because in addition to killing cancer cells, it can also damage normal cells in various body tissue. For this reason, alternative medicine is needed. This review is a review article that aims to describe the potential of fruit pills flavonoids from various kinds of fruits and are agricultural waste on cancer cell proliferation. Fruit pills which are agricultural waste contain flavonoids. Flavonoids are natural polyphenic compounds with various biological activity that function as inhibitors of cancer cell growth activity or anti-proliferative of cancer cell, which can be used of fruit pills, can be a solution to the impact of environmental pollution caused and has the potential to be developed as anti-cancer agent. Flavonoids that we know are secondary metabolic that are commonly found in plants, which have a bioactive effect including anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, and anti-diabetic, such as GAMC, can inhibit cell proliferation through growth, induced cell cycle arrest, and is an anti-proliferative agent in cancer treatment. And then a natural plant flavonoid, lutein 7-O-glucoside, on oral cancer cell migration and invasion. Research findings indicate that in addition to preventing cell proliferation, lutein 7-O-glucoside causes a significant reduction in migration and invasion of oral cancer cells. Flavonoids have been shown to have a wide range of anti-cancer effects by modulating the activity of reactive oxygen specific, or we call it ROS enzyme, participating in cell cycle arrest, induction apoptosis, autophagy, and suppressing cancer cell proliferation and invasion. So flavonoids are natural polyphenic compounds with various biological activity that function as inhibitors of cancer cell growth activity or anti-proliferative of cancer cell. So that use of fruit pills can be solution to the impact of environmental pollution, and that has the potential to be developed as an anti-cancer agent. And in the era of technology, it is necessary to have knowledge about in silico molecular docking techniques for flavonoids found in fruit skin for the use of fruit skin. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our presentations, and thank you so much for all the participants and the committee of the 2022 World Imunology Day and International Conference of Immunology Study Program and the third conference of the Indonesian Society of Autobiology, which raised the issue about the trace of autoimmune disease, a current understanding. It's such an honor, me, Felisa Asriwardani from Edinburgh Napier University, United Kingdom, to present about our project of serum albumin and immunoglobulin G anti-SARS-CoV-2 levels in COVID-19 Sinovac vaccine recipient. So for brief introductions, albumin itself is the most abundant protein found in serum, which serve as a main transporter for molecules and even bacteria and viruses. In order to maintaining homeostasis, albumin itself acts as a potential scavengers, antioxidant, and immunomodulator, which the role of albumin itself has correlated with anti-SARS-CoV-2 antibodies, which has not been widely studied before. So we're using a cross-sectional study for our project designs, which involve 69 healthy people, range about 20 until 45 years old as our respondents. And we apply albumin and whole human IgG protein levels as our parameters to measure by ELISA method in our lab analysis. The result itself, we compare with albumin and SARS-CoV-2 that we found out the average albumin level was 91,401 nanogram per milliliter, which compare with the average IgG was 11,419 units per milliliter in SARS-CoV-2 and S1-RBD. So after we test with the Spearman ratio correlation test, that we found out the significant value was 0.001 and the coefficients of correlation was 0.407, which means that there is a significant correlations between the albumin and SARS-CoV-2
Leaf Plan is a plant that has been reported to have benefits in the treatment of cancer, containing glucosinolates bioactive for amsinolis, benzyl isothiocyanate, sitosterol, glucopyroxyniside, and nisimicin and ITC type MAC1, so that moringa leaf can inhibit the growth and proliferation of cancer cells, slow down the process of carcinogenesis, anti-inflammatory, anti-tumor cell proliferation, induce apoptosis, and inhibit tumor angiogenesis. Oral cancer is a cancer with the highest mortality rate among all types of cancer. About 95% of oral cancers are oral squamous cell carcinoma. Cancer treatment by chemotherapy is a potential option that many cancer patients in Indonesia choose. Moringa leaf plant is a plant that has been reported to have several benefits in the medicine industry, including the treatment of cancer. The method is a literature review. Electronic database, a journal that found the specific inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria. The highest death rate among all types of cancer is about 90% of oral cancer as squamous cell carcinomas. Moringa oleifera contains glucosinolate, 3 bioactive components, and ITC MAC1. Therapy is inhibit cell viability of hepatocellular carcinoma, acute lymphoblastic and myeloid leukemia. Increased reactive oxygen species leading to induction to P53 caspase and PAP1 cleavage. Oral cancer treatment. Conclusions: Moringa leaf plant is a plant that has been reported to have benefit in the treatment of cancer containing glucosinolates, bioactive rhamnoxyloxy, benzyl isothiocyanate, sitosterol, glucopyroxyniside, and nimicin, and ITC type MIC1, so that moringa leaf can inhibit the growth and proliferation of cancer cells, slow down the process of carcinogenesis.
Hello, my name is Sita. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to present of my article. The title of my article is The Effectiveness of Dewandaru Leaves as an LDL Lowering. Okay. Cholesterol is one of the fat groups or solid lipids in the form of wax. Cholesterol is atherogenic, which then forms plaque on the walls of blood vessels called arteriosclerosis. Blockage that occurs will cause coronary heart disease. Cholesterol-lowering chemical drugs, namely simvastatin, if taken for a long time, certainly have serious side effects such as stomach inflammation, irritation, and inflammation of the stomach, liver damage, gallstones, and kidney damage. One of the native plants of Indonesia is Dewandaru, or Eugenia uniflora, which is spread on the island of Java and Sumatra. Dewandaru leaves can be used to lower cholesterol, blood pressure, and lipid metabolism, which function to protect very low triglycerides and lipoproteins. Dewandaru leaf extract can be used as a hypotensive agent and inhibit the increase in plasma triglyceride and glucose levels. As antioxidants, flavonoid can inhibit platelet clumping, stimulate the production of nitric acid, which can dilate blood vessels and can inhibit the growth of cancer cells. This idea was conceived to reduce or prevent the occurrence of a degenerative disease caused by high cholesterol levels in the blood. Therefore, The authors innovate to create innovation in the form of prevention efforts made from natural ingredients, made from the Dewandaru leaf plant, combined with mint leaves and using corn sugar as a sweetener, so that it becomes a natural product that can prevent high cholesterol levels in the blood in the hope that it does not cause side effects and easy to consume. Okay, thank you very much.
Greetings, everyone.
Kami juga mengucapkan selamat datang kepada para guru besar dan dosen program Imunologi Sekolah Pasca Sarjana Universitas Airlangga, yakni selamat datang Profesor Yus, Profesor Ketut, Profesor Adi Praetno, Profesor Subianto, Dr. Halida, Profesor Joko Santoso, Profesor Narmada, Dr. Rebecca, dan Dr. Gondo Mastuti. Baik, sebelum saya melanjutkan acara berikutnya, kita putarkan terlebih dahulu 10 nominator yang terpilih untuk kita tentukan bersama, yang sebenarnya sudah ditentukan oleh para dewan juri, 3 juara utama yang akan terpilih pada kompetisi oral presentation pada International Conference tahun ini. Dimohon bantuannya untuk memutarkan ke 10 video terlebih dahulu.
Greetings, my name is Amelia and I'm undergraduate student of Dental Medicine at University Surabaya, Indonesia. So previously, I'd like to deliver my head to the purpose and given to give a short explanations about our biological journal under the title as potential of epiglycogen circulate, nanoparticles in normal cancer apoptosis, authorized by Malaysia Anwar, Pemasmarana, and Teresi Andabudi. So for the first one is abstract, oral mucosal cancer is a type of cancer with high recurrency. Due to smoking alcohol and virus, I consider as an etiologist. During the century, treatment options for this cancer are surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy. This was considered as effective treatment. Has a toxicity to normal tissue and potential metastasis. Epiglycogen trigger or AGCG is an toxic by menstrual that induces surgery of the skin. But oral administration resulting in low bioavailability is combined with good nanoparticles or GNVs is criteria. AGCG, the GNVs interact with the receptor, then elucidized and encapsulated. And the GCG or the GNP is combined by phototherapy, convert sites into exciting electron, and the GNP to charge material that potentially induced opposite breaks leads to P53 activation. Activation of P53 induces interest apoptotic cascade that state into apoptosis formation. In the poplosome, epiphysis is free and the information of apoptotic body. Keywords, apoptosis, epiglycogen regulate good nanoparticles in the organism.
Thank you for the opportunity. First, I want to tell you about my family story. So my mom used to throw away the ginger in the stir fry after it cooked because my dad always bothered if he got a jackpot. My dad called ginger as a food mine. Now, I'm one of the students of Immunology postgraduate school at Erlangga University, Surabaya, Indonesia, and from there I learned that ginger has many benefits. One of them as an immunomodulator. Ethanol extract of ginger rhizome contain oleoresins such as gingerol and shobol that believed as active ingredient for anti-inflammation. Some research show that ethanol extract of ginger variant Amprit has a higher oleoresin content than other ginger varieties in Indonesia, which is Gajah and Merah. Inflammation itself can be cured due to drug consumption, one of which is cyclophosphamide. Cyclophosphamide is one of the recommended chemotherapy drugs for anti-cancer. However, the administration of cyclophosphamide caused cell death and was followed by the release of cytokine inflammatory mediator such as TNF-alpha. With this background, we aim to analyze the effect of Amprit ginger rhizome ethanol extract as a preventive measure of inflammation in rats induced by cyclophosphamide.
Hello everyone, my name is Windy. Thank you for allowing me to present my article.
Dengan atas
The main
nama
content of this article is about the treatment option for Salmonella typhi infections by the use of Spirulina platensis immunomodulators and its effect on macrophages. Salmonella typhi is a facultative intracellular bacterium causing typhoid fever, characterized by symptoms of headache, dizziness, muscle aches, anorexia, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. An alternative treatment used to treat the infections caused by Salmonella typhi, other than using antibiotics, is by increasing the body's immune system.
Spirulina platensis is a bluish-green microalgae with several benefits, one of which is an immunomodulator. This study aims to determine the number of peritoneal macrophages of mice induced by Salmonella typhi after the administration of Spirulina platensis. The research method used is experimental laboratory with posters-only control group design. The treatment of experimental animals until the collection of peritoneal fluid was conducted using 24 mice, which are divided into 4 groups. Variations in the doses of Spirulina platensis given are 400 milligrams per kilogram body weight and 800 milligrams per kilogram.
Hello everyone, I'm Talita Sofa and I present you my article with the title The Effect of Spirulina platensis on the phagocytosis index of peritoneal macrophages in blebsive mice induced by BCG vaccine. Tuberculosis is an infectious disease caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis. The contribution rate of recovered patients and the treatment success rates decreased compared to the previous years due to the presence of Mycobacterium tuberculosis strains that are resistant to anti-tuberculosis drugs. To control the disease, it's necessary to have a new alternative control of the preventive disease made from natural ingredients with low side effects but has an immunomodulatory activity. Macrophages are the body's first defense against infection, and one of the natural ingredients that can be used as an immunomodulator is Spirulina platensis that increases a stronger production of cytokine secretion that can indirectly promote macrophage cell activation. Good afternoon everyone, my name is Fania and I'm a postgraduate student of Immunology from Airlangga University. Now I want to present a research about potential of Moringa olivera leaf extract on IL-8 expression in benzopyrene-induced oral cancer of Ratus norvegicus. Oral cavity cancer is one of the highest deaths in the world, reaching 13% of all deaths. In Indonesia, it ranged from 3 to 4%, and the number of deaths reached from 2 to 3% of all deaths caused by malignancy. Angiogenesis is an important factor in the cancer growth because it could promote cancer cell growth regulated by VEGF or VEGR. One of angiogenesis factors is interleukin-8, which has role in the proliferation and metastasis of cancer through promoting the angiogenic responses. We know the gold standard of cancer therapy is surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy, but because of their side effects, some people searching an alternative treatment as an additional treatment that has low side effect. Moringa olivera is one of herbal plants that could be used because it contains isothiocyanate or ITC, known could decrease the expression of pro-angiogenic factors. Based on that background, the objective of this study is to know the potential of Moringa olivera leaf extract on the expression of IL-8 endothelial cells of oral cancer in rats which induced with benzopyrene.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, my name is Mariana Asmaningdia. I'm from Faculty of Immunology Airlangga University. I will present to you with the title Differences in the Number of Platelets Before and After Being Processed in the Blood Donation Unit of the Indonesian Red Cross in Lumajang Regency. The points that will be discussed are Introduction, Material and Methods, Result and Discussion, and Conclusion. Platelets are one of the blood components found in the human body. The amount of platelet under normal condition in the human body is 150,000 to 350,000 per microliter of blood result. The primary function of the platelet is thought to be hemostasis, thrombosis, and wound healing through a complex activation process leading to integrin activation and formation of a core and shell at the site of injury. One of the blood component produced at the blood donation unit of the Indonesian Red Cross in Lumajang Regency is platelet concentrate. The manufacture of concentrate platelets is derived from platelet-rich plasma.
Hello everyone, my name is Tia. First, I want to say thank you to the committee for this great opportunity. Today, I want to present my review with title Periodontitis and Orthodontics Challenge in Periodontal Health during pandemic COVID-19, Role of Vitamin D3 Deficiency. Almost 2.5 years, we are in the COVID-19 pandemic. An interesting phenomenon during pandemic COVID-19 Gingivitis of orthodontic patients increased. Usually optimizing oral hygiene and antiseptic moderates will help, but the improvements were not significant. After instructing patients to have sun exposure at 9 to 10 am or 2 to 3 pm for 15 minutes daily for 1 week, gingivitis symptoms improved significantly without antiseptic mouthwash. This finding raises question: is there a relationship between sun exposure, vitamin D, and periodontal tissue inflammation? The purpose of this review is to discuss the review and research paper on associations between vitamin D, periodontal disease, and orthodontics treatment during pandemic COVID-19. Many people believe that vitamin D has potential extraskeletal health benefits, such as influencing energy balance and possibly reducing inflammation. Vitamin D appears to be a key modulator of inflammation in cell studies. The active metabolite of vitamin D has an anti-inflammatory effect on the inflammatory profile of monocytes, reducing the expression and production for several pro-inflammatory cytokines such as TNF-alpha, interleukin-1 beta, interleukin-6, and interleukin-8.
Hello, my name is Ellen. I'm a student of doctoral program faculty of dental medicine at Erlangga University. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to present my research article titled Biodegradable Collagen Hydroxyapatite and Epigallocatechin 3 Jalate Hydrogel Scaffold as an induction material for pulp dentin regeneration. As we know, pulp vitality is a fundamental concept in conservative dentistry. The common bioactive material used in vital pulp therapy is calcium hydroxide, but there's still a limitation such as tunnel defect, which can recontaminate the pulp. The biological tissue engineering approach with scaffold seems to be considerable. It can support the regeneration process. Collagen itself has an excellent biocompatibility and biodegradability. It can form an hydrogel, which is appropriate for applying on rigid dentin. It preserves the biological structure of natural ECM. The advantages of hydroxyapatite is osteoconductive, biocompatible, and non-toxic to the pulp. It can also support the mesenchymal stem cell to grow. Hydroxyapatite and collagen can be combined with the sol-gel method, and it makes hydrogel scaffold. And to reduce the inflammation level, Epigallocatechin 3 Jalate EGCG can be used as a cross-link material because it has a pleiotropic effects such as anti-inflammation. Hydrogel scaffold can mimic the natural ECM. It can provide a framework and perform formation of dentin tissue. Source can be taken from natural and synthetic. Natural sources advantages is also biocompatible and it can biodegradable by natural enzyme. Eventually,
Hello, my name is Fahria. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity for present my review article. Until now, the best step for treating cancer have not been found. Treatment with chemotherapy not only kill cancer cell, but also can kill normal cell. Therefore, it is necessary to think about other alternative cancer with a natural product. My title is Fruit Pills from Agricultural Waste on Cancer Cell Grow Through To meet the fiber needs of the community, people consume fruit paste while the skin of the fruit will be discarded and become garbage. If not handled quickly, it can produce odors and pollute the environment. Cancer is characterized by uncontrolled cell growth and division. Cancer cells that are in the proliferative phase express several specific proteins and can be detected with certain monoclonal antibodies such as Ku167. Which can be used as a marker of cell proliferation. Currently, cancer treatment with a chemotherapy agent has a side effect because in addition to killing cancer cells, it can also damage normal cells in various body tissue. For this reason, alternative medicine is needed. This review is a review article that aims to describe the potential of fruit pills flavonoids from various kinds of fruits and are agricultural waste on cancer cell proliferation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nominator terakhir yakni
Hello everyone,
atas nama
my name is
Fuling.
Audrey Nansen.
Audrey Jensen.
Firstly, I want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to present my review article. And the title is Potential of Bamboo Shoots Against Breast Cancer. The author are Ifuling Audrey Nansen, Teresia Indabudi, Dedi Adam, and Fahria. Background: breast cancer carcinoma mammae is a malignancy that attacks the water glands, bile duct, and breast supporting tissues. Breast cancer is ranked first as a malignancy that often occurs in the world. Most women with breast cancer will undergo several surgeries. Surgery is often combined with chemotherapy. However, the side effect of chemotherapy drugs can damage healthy cells. Bamboo shoots are one of the most promising sources of bioactive compounds for the pharmaceutical field in the treatment of breast cancer. Purpose: this review article aims to provide information and education about several types of bamboo shoots that contain compounds and anti-cancer activity that have potential as alternative treatments for breast cancer.
Greetings, my name is Amelia and I'm undergraduate student of Dental Medicine, Erlangga University, Surabaya, Indonesia.
Itulah ke-10 nominator yang akan kita runcing kembali. Boleh tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk kepada 10 terbaik. Sekarang waktunya kita undang para dewan juri untuk mengumumkan 3 terbaik yang akan mendapatkan sertifikat dan juga hadiah uang pendidikan yang akan diberikan oleh panitia kepada para pemenang. Kepada Prof. Teresia, Dr. Ayu untuk berkenan hadir, dan juga Dr. Hani selaku juri dari video oral presentation bisa ikut maju ke atas panggung. Mau ke atas panggung, nggih. Kami persilakan juga Dr. Hani. Baik, saya persilakan.
Terima kasih, dan sebelumnya selamat ya kepada 10 nominator dari beberapa makalah yang kami terima, dari beberapa video yang telah kami terima, dan kemudian tadi malam ini jurinya Dr. Ayu dan juga Dr. Hani, tapi mungkin hari ini beliau juga ada kegiatan di fakultas. Sebentar lagi mestinya datang, tapi waktunya sudah mepet, maka segera kita putuskan. Dan tadi malam beliau ini sudah ngelembur ya untuk bisa menentukan siapa-siapa yang bisa masuk ke dalam nominator. Dan dari nominator kemudian kita tentukan pemenang 1, 2, 3 dan juga harapan 1, 2, 3. Sebenarnya kami terus terang mau menentukan itu bingung. Karena semuanya bagus-bagus, semuanya itu baik-baik, nilainya itu semuanya saling berkejaran ya. Jadi nilainya itu batasnya itu hanya sekitar -1 ya, terpautnya antara yang satu dengan yang satu. Jadi sebenarnya kalau dibuat nilai itu tidak ada ya, tidak ada yang nomor 1, 2, 3, harapan 1, 2, 3 karena semuanya bagus ya. Namun karena ini adalah suatu ajang untuk kami memberikan award prestasi ya, maka juga harus kami tentukan ya. Dan dari kami yang sudah memilih dari 10 nominator tadi malam, maka dipilih 1, 2, 3 dan harapan 1, 2, 3. Akan saya bacakan, nilainya tidak usah saya sebutkan, tapi saya bacakan namanya saja ya. Karena judulnya panjang saya lupa ya. Saya baca dari pemenang harapan ketiga. Atas nama Ifuling Audrey Jensen.
Untuk harapan kedua, atas nama Talita Sofa Adestia.
Dan harapan ke-1, Fania Syah Putri.
Untuk peringkat ketiga, ada Dr. Elin.
Pemenang ketiga adalah Dr. Elin, mungkin ada di Zoom. Boleh say hello? Say hello Dr. Elin.
Kami persilakan partisipan Dr. Elin untuk
Dr. Elin ini kalau tidak salah dari Jakarta ya. Halo Dr. Elin, mungkin sedang ke belakang ya. Oke, baik saya lanjutkan. Silakan. Yang pemenang kedua.
Untuk pemenang kedua, Masito Sari Latifah.
Dan untuk pemenang yang pertama sebenarnya ini antara 1, 2, 3 itu terpautnya hanya -1 gitu aja, bahkan 0,0, jadi bingung ya. Tapi harus dipilih ya. Dan yang nomor 1 atas nama, belakangnya ada namanya, ini kayaknya lahirnya bulan Januari ini. Karena namanya ada Januarinya ini ya. Jadi siapa yang lahir bulan Januari ya? Ada enggak yang lahir bulan Januari dan merasa tapi ngirim poster apa enggak? Presentasi apa enggak? Kalau enggak presentasi ya enggak ya. Namanya adalah belakangnya Januariska. Bernadette Vindi Januariska ya. Saya persilakan pemenangnya yang ada di sini boleh tampil di depan.
Baik, kami persilakan.
Kemudian yang di Zoom boleh juga menampilkan wajahnya di Zoom. Silahkan. Itu mungkin ada Dr. Elin yang di sana.
Baik, kami undang kepada seluruh pemenang yang telah disebutkan dari atas nama Ifuling, Fania, Masito Sri Latifah, Vindi dan juga Dr. Elin. Kami persilakan untuk ke atas panggung, ke depan panggung untuk diserahkan hadiah. Mohon bantuannya untuk panitia untuk menggeser kursi yang ada di depan. Kami juga mengundang kepada Profesor Yus Priyatna dan juga Profesor Ikutut Sudiana untuk bersedia maju bersama foto kepada para pemenang oral presentation conference pada tahun ini. Monggo Dr. Ayu, Prof. Yus, Prof. Ketut, kami persilakan untuk foto bersama kepada para pemenang dan mungkin bisa dibantu untuk spotlight Dr. Elin bila tidak berhalangan. Oh, tidak bisa, baik. Nggih. Monggo, Prof. Selamat kepada para pemenang dan juga para nominator lainnya. Sekali lagi foto untuk dari tim PH dari Universitas Airlangga. Baik, terima kasih banyak kepada Prof. Tere, Dr. Ayu, Prof. Yus, Prof. Ketut yang telah memberikan penghargaan kepada para pemenang. Untuk nantinya kami ucapkan kepada para kontestan untuk menghubungi panitia dalam informasi pemberian hadiah. Kami persilakan kembali. Baik, menginjak acara selanjutnya yakni kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk para pemenang dan juga acara selanjutnya yakni tidak kalah menarik yakni pengumuman acara door prize kepada 10 orang yang beruntung. Jadi rekan-rekan yang telah mengisi presensi di Google Form di link khusus presensi kita tentukan 10 terbaik yang nantinya akan mendapatkan hadiah dari PT Altram, yakni hadiah yang berupa dengan 1 buah sabun khusus hidrogen dari PT Altram untuk 10 orang pemenang. Jadi nanti mendapatkan 10 buah sabun. Kita spin wheel. Baik, atas nama Anin Natania 8415@gmail.com. Silakan menghubungi panitia. Selanjutnya selamat atas nama Ranti D2004@gmail.com. Kita spin wheel lagi untuk pemenang ketiga. Selamat atas nama Masito97@gmail.com. Baik, setelah menang dari oral presentation juga mendapatkan 1 buah sabun eksklusif yang senilai 300.000 dari PT Altram. Selanjutnya. Baik, yang keempat dengan atas nama rahmat.bayu.kuncoro@gmail.com. Silakan untuk menghubungi panitia. Kita putar lagi. Selamat atas nama Muh Arif Fadilah 09@gmail.com. Selamat. Berikutnya. Selamat atas nama Dedestriana Yunus@gmail.com. Ya, berikutnya kita ucapkan selamat kepada atas nama Ruth Nike Chandra@gmail.com. Baik, yang ke-9, yang ke-8, mohon maaf. Atas nama Regina Tandiola@gmail.com. Mohon kursornya di atas, ke atas kan? Baik. Selanjutnya. Selamat pemenang ke-9 yakni atas nama niken.savitri32@gmail.com. Terakhir kita spin. Kita spin lagi. Selamat atas nama Henry 1988md@gmail.com. Baik, ke-10 para peserta yang telah terpilih, silakan untuk menghubungi panitia melalui pesan dalam Zoom yang nantinya akan di-share ulang oleh panitia pada kotak pesan Zoom. Terima kasih banyak atas panitia. Boleh tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk para peserta yang telah berpartisipasi hingga hari kedua dan mengisi attendance form yang berkali-kali panitia ingatkan untuk selalu mengisi. Oh, ada satu door prize HP. Dua lagi, baik. Oh ya, satu door prize handphone dan juga shop juga ya. Baik, kita undi untuk pemenang peraih door prize handphone yakni selamat atas nama Era Fitria 3 gmail.com telah mendapatkan door prize berupa handphone. Silakan menghubungi panitia untuk informasi mengenai hadiah tersebut. Selamat atas nama mohon maaf terjadi kesalahan teknis. Untuk yang kedua yakni telah terpilih yakni dengan atas nama hanifffm@gmail.com. Sekali lagi, pemenang kedua dengan atas nama hanifffm@gmail.com. Silakan menghubungi panitia untuk mendapatkan door prize yang kedua. Baik. Ya, seperti yang dibawa Prof. Tere, yakni salah satu produk unggulan Altram, yakni senilai 6 juta, gitu, Prof. Untuk mendapatkan air dengan hidrogen terbaik. Kami ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada PT Altra Multi Sukses yang telah menyupport juga atas door prize tersebut. Baik, kita lanjutkan ke acara. Ladies and gentlemen, let us hear the closing remark from the chairman of the committee, Mr. Dedi Adam. Mr. Dedi Adam, the time is all yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, the Honorable Excellence, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues. On behalf of the Immunology Study Program, Erlangga University, and the organizing committee, I am delighted to deliver this closing remark on the success of the International Conference of Immunology Study Program. Praise and gratitude to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessing and grace to us all that this today's activity can run well and smoothly. We are extremely pleased that the hybrid international conference was well attended by various stakeholders ranging from policymakers, practitioners, experts, and students from Indonesia and abroad, with a total 676 Indonesian participants, one participant from France, and 8 participants from the United States of America. 8 speakers, 1 keynote lecturer, and 3 sessions of the main lecture regarding the main theme of traces autoimmune disease, current understanding. We express our deepest gratitude for the support and attention of various parties who have been involved in the smooth running of this activity. To the Honorable Rector of Erlangga University, Director of Postgraduate School Erlangga University, and Head of Immunology Study Program, all the excellent speakers who have been willing to participate and share their knowledge at this conference. All the invited guests, all participants, and especially huge gratefulness to the organizing committee of the 2022 International Conference of Immunology Study Programs, who have prepared and arranged for this event to be done. Last but not least, gratitude also to all participating sponsor partners for supporting these events. PT Ultra Multi Sukses, PT ASA, PT Mindray Medical Indonesia, Prodia Laboratory, Pramita Laboratory. It is such a great pleasure to be among the committee and participants in this very special and much awaited event. I sincerely hope that this conference will give everyone a memorable moment as well as an inspiring beneficial experience and great insight into immunology and autoimmune. Once again, thank you very much, and hopefully we can all meet again next year at 2023 World Immunology Day. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Mr. Dedi Adam, for the closing remarks. We have heard that not only Indonesian participants who join on today's seminar, but also other foreign countries from US and France, as I heard before, for joining today international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, now before we close this session, we would like to take picture together with all the participants. To all the participants who joining in the Zoom meeting, please turn on your camera, and we are inviting all professors and lecturers and also the members of the Congress would like to join the photo session together. Mohon bantuannya kepada seluruh panitia untuk menyiapkan tempat, yakni dari panggung hingga mempersiapkan kursi. Kami persilahkan kepada seluruh tamu undangan, profesor, guru besar, dewan juri, serta para anggota dari PPI untuk bersedia untuk foto bersama. Kami persilahkan. Slide musik dulu aja. Slide musik dulu aja. Slide musik dulu. Musik dulu aja.
Had our doubts when push comes to shove. Oh, it's worth it 1,000 times over, my love. Thousand skies and many gray, 1,000 words we can't unsay, 1,000 pitfalls in the way between your heart and mine, 1,000 sips of hotel booze, 1,000 days of half-paid dues, 1,000 you know I love yous between your heart and mine. We've had our good times, had our bad. Days spent laughing, nights spent sad. Had our doubts, but when push comes to shove, oh, it's worth it 1,000 times over, my love. 1,000 sighs, 1,000 cares, 1,000 trips down those old stairs, 1,000 hopes, 1,000 prayers.
Cek. Baik. Kami undang kepada seluruh guru besar, profesor, dokter, dan dosen pascasarjana program studi imunologi untuk bersedia duduk di depan, dan kepada seluruh anggota PP juga kami persilakan bisa berdiri di belakang, di atas panggung. Kepada seluruh panitia kami persilakan juga untuk ikut foto bersama. Kami persilakan kepada seluruh panitia juga silakan berfoto, dan mungkin bisa dinyalakan lagi tim HR Zoom-nya, dan juga mic biar saya informasikan kepada seluruh peserta. Baik, bila tidak cukup bisa berdiri di belakang panggung, silakan kepada seluruh panitia untuk silakan naik ke atas panggung. Kepada seluruh partisipan yang telah bergabung melalui Zoom meeting juga bisa bergabung dengan menyalakan kamera. Ya, sebentar saya arahkan dulu. Oke, siap. Mungkin bisa dibantu biar kami melihat gambaran partisipan yang hadir secara online. Baik. Kita foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Nggak apa dok. Apa dok, silakan duduk. Baik, sudah nampak kepada seluruh peserta yang hadir secara online dan juga offline di sini sudah foto bersama. Kita hitung bersama-sama untuk slide pertama. Saya memakai masker terlebih dahulu. Baik, kita mulai dari slide pertama. Kita foto bersama dalam hitungan 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi, masih menggunakan masker, jadi silakan tersenyum. Kita hitung lagi 1, 2, dan 3. Kita lanjutkan slide berikutnya. Baik, untuk slide kedua kami hitung bersama 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih banyak atas perlu satu kali untuk copot masker. Baik, kita mulai. Monggo dihitung dari tim PH dan tim dokumentasi. Satu kali video dari tim dokumentasi. Imunologi Jaya, Uner hebat. Sekali lagi, Imunologi Jaya, UNER hebat. Terima kasih banyak atas partisipasi keseluruhan dari tim Zoom dan juga para tamu undangan yang hadir secara offline. Dan saya akan mengingatkan sekali lagi bahwa berikutnya akan ada kongres ketiga dari Persatuan Perhimpunan Patobiologi Indonesia.
Baby, nothing compares to you.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, kami persilakan kepada Profesor, Guru Besar, dosen, dan seluruh anggota PPI, kami persilakan untuk duduk kembali. Dan izinkan saya untuk menutup acara seminar kali ini terlebih dahulu.
Still not sure what I didn't give. So confused, don't think that I can live without you.
Baik, izinkan saya untuk menutup acara pada kali hari ini.
This house just ain't a home.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the Day 2 World Imunology Day International Conference 2022. Finally, on behalf of the committee here today, once again would like to send our highest gratitude to our speakers for taking your time to share your knowledge to us today. We hope that we can meet you again in person for further projects. Last but not least, thank you to all participants for joining to this international conference. Hopefully we will meet again in the next agenda. Thank you very much, and after this we will prepare for the next of the third Congress of Indonesia Association of Pathobiology. After this, we will see you in the next participation in the World Imunology Day International Conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak kepada seluruh partisipan yang masih berada di Zoom. Kami persilakan untuk hadir di agenda berikutnya. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This house just ain't a home. Without you, the stars don't shine. The man in the moon just sits there crying. No, I can't make it on.